Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinals of Empires at War. I'm, of course, Lidakor. Joining me today for the first half of the broadcast is going to be the one and only Puppy. And boy, oh boy, do we have some great series on our hands today.
Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know what you guys.
That was a great way to, share excitement. But
I just
once we
woke
get
up,
into the
so
game, you will be more excited. I know that.
yeah, this first series here, bit of a interesting one because we don't see Risron versus Anatan too much. So we might see some weird matchups. Anatans might try to throw Risron off a bit, I think.
Yep. We are starting off today, indeed, with Lucifron versus Anatan. Two players that don't frequently meet, partly because Anatan, he hasn't really been playing at the highest level for a long time. He really just started getting into this very high level performance in the recent couple of months.
Yeah, I mean he's been practicing a lot. I know a few people who he's been practicing with. And he's been doing quite well in the Empire Wars tournament, which is kind of a new mod. He seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah, here we go. Game number one between Anatan and Lucifron in this best of 5 in the quarterfinals of Empires at War. Anatan and Lucifron, only twice have they played against each other. Anatan is yet to win a series against Lucifron here. Lucifron himself, the champion of Call to Arms, already qualified for the end of the season EGC Finals. But for Anatan, this is a massive series. If he takes out Lucifron here, his place in the EGC Finals is pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, that's got to be big for him, right? Because that final tournament, I think a lot of people are looking forward to that. I mean, I am myself, right? It's got those new civs. It's going to be super exciting to play in a new format with new civs. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that. Hopefully the viewers as well.
They most definitely are. So here we go. Council Hall coming in for Lucifron. 4 villagers on that landmark. 7 on the other side for Anatan on the Mansa Quarry with an English versus Malians matchup. How do you feel about this matchup? Which player do you favor in here?
I honestly, I haven't played this matchup too much. But generally what I'm seeing from English is like very aggressive play, and I wouldn't assume anything different from Roostron. I think he's, although with that being said, we are seeing Stone gather quite early, so maybe we're gonna see some 2TC and some pressure. And although his first pit mine is in the back, his second one is quite exposed, so he's probably gonna try to target that.
That's a great point indeed. Looking at the pit mine locations, this one to the south is pretty far away and it's behind the wood line. It's a prime target for Lucifron to aggress. The other one is tucked all the way at the back. That's going to be difficult for Lucifron to challenge. We'll have to see how aggressive Lucifron plays this, though. He is going for the wheelbarrow for the time being. And he's mining stone, chopping wood. Looks like this is going to be a 2TC build from him.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see like what he does from here. Because generally as Malians, you're gonna open Donzo's pretty early against. Oh wow, is that that's a third TC?
Wow. All right, playing this one very eco-focused. You see he has no longbows queued up whatsoever. He's just going to boom all the way here. And on the other side, it looks like Anatan is doing the same thing, going heavy on the cattles, no production buildings right now. Both players just heavily eco-focused so far.
Yeah, generally you don't see this too much as English against Malians because, especially in Empire Wars, that cow boom just pops off super quick. We should see in like the next 2 minutes, despite that third TC coming up, Anatan's probably going to be up like 6 eco lead at least. With that being said, you know, these 2 TCs probably will scale better into the super late game, so Anatan's going to need to find some opening to punish it a bit.
Yeah, second TC is very conservative back at home. It's right on the wood line. And the third one went all the way to the north. Anatan yet to scout the base of his opponent here. He's yet to find that he is facing 3 town centers.
Yeah, that's wild. Usually in like a standard mode, not scaling to the 340 is like okay, but the game is already so far progressed and he hasn't even seen anything.
Barely gets away with that scout. So important to keep it alive. In Empire Wars, you do start with 2, but still, losing out on 1 scout would have been real painful. I think the bigger thing, Poppy, is that he's yet to spot the third TC. He also didn't
Yeah.
scout the stone mine. For Anatan, right now it seems like he's only facing 2 TCs.
Yeah, I mean, and he just builds that blind archer range and sends that javelin across the map because, you know, even I assumed that Rusfron would be pretty aggressive here, which is kind of working to his advantage. Rusfron, that is.
Yeah, I mean, aggressive is probably an overstatement here, just having one javelin out there harassing. But
Hmm.
we might see a couple more once he gets to Castle Age, because that's exactly the plan for Anatan. He's going to be on the way to Castle Age, and he goes up with the Grand Fulani Corral. Back at home, Lucifron decides to wall himself a little too late to the party, though. This wall will likely be stopped.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see White Tower here, just because of how fast this Malian castle timing is.
Yeah, could make a lot of sense. We've seen that back in the past in random map tournaments as well. When players go heavy on the TCs in Feudal Age, they often end up going with a White Tower. But Lucifer is still far away from clicking up. He even has to invest into a couple of longbows to deal with this Javelin Thrower.
Yeah.
A quite fast-paced start here for Anatan. And Lucifron, I feel like he's a little exposed over here for the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing English. I think he should be okay, because there's not too much production. But I think if Anatan maybe goes for heavy siege play, picks up the relics on the map, like, he doesn't want to rush this too quick, I think. But I think we're just going to see a macro game from here.
Yeah, longbows will clean up that one javelin. This is a critical piece here for Lucifron. He needs these walls finished. And with that, he's also going to secure the hunt at the back of his base.
Yeah, that's pretty important. I don't know if he's even gonna go on this hunt, but his food income is actually pretty good. He's only on sheep though, which is interesting. I don't know if he's gonna need food later on.
Sheep.
Yeah. He's just so concerned about rushing up that castle, which makes sense though. And we do see this, yeah, this fast monk play.
Yeah, I love this so much for Anatan. He knows he's going to fall behind in eco, or at least in villager count. Needs to get something out of this early Castle Age, the third pit mine, but more importantly, being able to secure the relics is such a big thing for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty likely that this is gonna go late game, and he knows that. Oh wow, okay, and he even sets up trade.
Now that is not something I expected, I'm not gonna lie, and this is not just a random trader. He's going to have a lot of these. Gotta love this against a slow-moving civilization like the English. We've seen this kind of mindset on a map like Canal. When you're facing English with the Mongols, you're trying to exploit the fact that they are just slow, especially when they only have a handful of longbows to work with.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think maybe he's being a bit too greedy. He's doing like several things at once, and Rusifron is now up to castle. He's got White Tower and the Council Hall, which is essentially like 4 production buildings. And Anatan is, you know, he's put down so much eco buildings that he really doesn't have much military production.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you here, Puppy. It feels like, you know, Anatan is trying to do a little bit of everything, but
Yeah.
it might be problematic to make anything happen here. You see, he's actually being denied of the relics. He has 1 relic garrison, that's all. For a Castle Age advantage that big, that's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, this is really bad for him, and even, yeah, if Rusifron catches this trade, network, it's gonna be even worse.
Longbows creeping through. They might not have vision because of the stealth forest, but I think they will spot this one, and Lucifron now has knights to catch them with.
Yeah, I'm really worried for Anatan here.
He's now mixing in some sofas, but he went to the Grand Fulani Corral. Poppy, this looks like a fast imp though behind this. He's
my
just
God.
piling up resources non-stop.
Yeah, it makes a bit more sense now, but he's just gonna have to sack these traders or something. I don't know what he's gonna do about that.
Yeah, looks like some of these traders will be sacrificed. They made a couple of trips though, so they might have paid for their price, at least partially.
Yeah, I guess it's not the end of the world. He is going to imp, right? So maybe he can find...
What's the plan in imp though?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, he's gonna have Imperial sofas, which are pretty good, I guess. But yeah, I mean, he's gonna be down a huge eco lead, and I don't see what he does.
Resource income per minute is kind of in his favor right now. So for now, he is okay, but he's just got no standing army. And even a handful of knights will be so painful to deal with. Gold miner is now being harassed. And more importantly, his imp H-up has just been scouted. Now Lucifer even gets the notification. However, Anathan's eco is just being shut down right now.
Yeah, and he only has Sofa production incoming, which is just bad, I suppose. But Rusfron is now picking up these relics, which he shouldn't really get too many as English. You know, he's got Castle much later. So he should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, these knights are still annoying though, but now Anathan is shifting focus. He's going very heavy on the Sofas, has 3 stables already. And one thing that Lucifron doesn't really have is a massive standing army either. He only has a handful of knights here, and with no range defense but just the first layer, they also die pretty quickly to the DCs.
Yeah, Rusfron needs to be a bit careful here and not throw away too many knights, I think, because, I mean, Anatan now has, I think, four stables maybe. His production is going to start ramping up. And these are obviously Imperial Sofas, so it could be a bit scary if he throws away too many units.
Yeah, knight numbers are kind of disappearing for Lucifron. He's got an eco lead of almost 30, but when you look at the resource income per minute, that's not that bad for Anathan. And especially once he secures map control, he's going to regain access to that trade.
Yeah, but I like what Rusfron's doing. He's now getting off knights pretty much. He's just put down a ton of barracks, and he's building a bunch of spearmen because he obviously saw this Sofa transition. And he's probably going to play a lot more passive now that he has the relics in the map.
Yeah, the relic collection thing did not work out for Anathan at all. He's still on just 1 relic, and Lucifron is bringing in the 3rd one already.
Yeah, it looks like Anatan might stop that one if he can find it. Looks like he... Oh, yeah.
Oh, he was short-sighted because of the Stealth Forest. Still finds the monk, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that game might steady out a bit, but if I was playing this, I'd just sit back, but Rusfron's like, nah, man, I just push.
Yeah, mixing in the Spearman is definitely something that Anathan wasn't really prepared for yet. He's very heavy on the Sofas. Luckily for him, these are not Imperial Age Spearmen at all. In fact, they might be Feudal Age only.
Yeah, once he picks those off, he can just run in, but he might take the fight anyway.
Rollo coming in here, that will not connect, and this is a nice cleanup here by Anathan. Catches all those Spearmen without the Knight support. Takes this fight here against the Knights as well, but it looks like he just doesn't have enough to overwhelm the Knights. And as Vodka is highlighting, these are only veterans. No imp upgrade on those Sofas either.
Going imp and he can't even afford it, that's... Oh, there it comes, okay. But yeah, not ideal.
Yeah, that's just... You feel like he wanted to be so quick that he ended up being slow because of that. He went to Imperial so quickly, but his gold miners are being harassed, he was exposed, he's late with the upgrades as a consequence. And at the end of the day, you really feel like he didn't get much out of this fast imp so far.
Yeah, I wonder if he even missed macroed. I mean, it's very easy to do as Malians. Your gold and your food income is so high, and your wood income often racks behind. And especially because he's putting it into trade, he might not have the extra wood income for production.
Yeah, his wood income isn't spectacular by any means. His food is great, obviously. Grand Fulani Corral helps a lot with that. Gold income is pretty good as well, especially with the traders up. But once this trade gets cut off, his eco is going to be fairly feeble.
Yeah, this push here, I think this could be good for Anatan. I mean, it's obviously scary, but if Rusfron gets caught out here... ooh, I don't know about that, though. I was going to say,
it's a double wrap
to the base of it.
Yeah, it's 25 Sofas now with the imp upgrades, fighting against crossbows and the Spearmen. The Spearmen do brace on the north, and it looks like these Spearmen will inflict heavy casualties on Anatan. Once again, the lack of supporting units to those Sofas is showing on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, he just doesn't have the production for it. But I'm surprised he took that fight so eagerly. I think he should have just let Rusfron overextend a bit.
Yeah, this is a decent fight here for Anathan. He's going to clean this up, but his losses are massive as well, losing a lot of pricey units.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at this. Ruslan's got like a huge run of units coming in. He can really afford this pretty easily. Even Monk joining the fray.
Yeah, it looks like Anathan is going to be repelled, and with the tower going up, now you have the network of Castle's Aura as well for Lucifron. He's still very heavy on the spears. First Musafati Gunner just now coming out for Anathan. He's going almost exclusively into sofas. And look at what Lucifron is doing. He's mining stone, he's creeping up. He might try to cut off the trade altogether.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking good. He could even stonewall this if he really wanted to, and that'd be the end of this trade.
Yeah, it's a lot of trade going down here, and when you only have 1,400 gold per minute, a lot of that comes from the traders. That's going to be a lot of lost eco, and Anathan doesn't really have the army to fight this right now.
Yeah, he's gonna try to cut off reinforcements, which is about as good as he can do, but I mean, I don't see how he can deal with this in the long term.
Lucifron still in Castle Age. Gets his reinforcements caught off guard, a lot of crossbows and men-at-arms falling victim to this. And Anathan, he might be looking to finally hit the eco for the first time in this game. He has had the mobility advantage for a while, but he never really used it.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Anathan, man. I don't know what could save him now. But he's gonna fight on.
He's going to raid in. Yet to find a lot of villagers, though. His own eco is being pressed on to against now. Musafati Gunners are coming out as a response to the spears, and these sofas, they could at least buy him some time here, Puppy. A lot of farmers getting picked off, no response from Lucifron to that.
Yeah, he's finding a lot of damage. But Ruslan's on 125 workers. He's got the eco to Rus.
Fair point. He needs to lose a lot of villagers, and the thing is that Anathan is losing a lot as well. He has lost 18 eco in a game where he had way less than his counterpart.
Yeah. I don't see it. I think Anathan is pretty dead. If he pulls off this miracle, I would be surprised. Impressed.
Musafati Gunner's finally coming in for the cleanup, but he's at 100 population against a fully pop-capped Lucifron, and slowly his raiding force is getting cleaned up. He's back to 23 sofas, though. He's not giving up just yet, Puppy. His food income is great. It's actually better than Lucifron's. Gold income, just as good. He's definitely on the back foot eco-wise now compared to Lucifron, but he's still alive.
We do see this cheeky wall up in the north from Rusifron. I like it. Just controlling the map, he's got the villagers up there to do so.
Yeah, I love this, just confining your opponent into his base. Now, Lucifron is still in Castle Age, let's not forget that. So the tech advantage is on the side of Anathan. Now has a sizable force of Musafati Gunners that he can use to pick off the spears with.
Yeah, he's gonna need to take a good fight here. I mean, yeah, those spearmen are just a huge issue. But he does have a good bit of Musafati Gunners, so maybe he can find some damage.
He needs some siege to deal with these towers, though. Reinforced towers over here projecting the network of Castle's Aura. And without those towers being cleaned up, there is just no option to trade right now for Anathan.
Yeah, his trade is dead. I don't even know if he has any traders left.
Yeah, probably not much. Pitmai should be getting close to depletion, though, and that's going to be a point of concern for Anathan soon.
Yeah, and Rusifron's going up as well here. He's putting the Berkshire. I don't quite know. It looks like very defensively, which makes sense as well. Berkshire is one of those landmarks you can put defensive, aggressive. It's very good in general.
Yeah, even Vodka cannot find it. You see, it's kind of well hidden. To the south, we had this second trade post used by Anathan to trade. So he had some trade going at least the last couple of minutes. But now, Lucifron is up to Imperial, and you see, he knows he's in a great position. He's just going to place a very defensive Berkshire Palace, making sure that he won't get surprised by a counterattack here.
Yeah, I'm surprised Anathan's actually still in this. Maybe if he can just take like a super good fight in the next minute here, and keep his huge army, he can find a way back in this game.
he's got a much better quality for his army. You see 12,000 army value against 7,500, and imp upgrades are not yet in for Lucifron. And his gold mine to the north, it's going to get raided at the same time as this spearman will get cleaned up by the Musafati gunners. Villagers are quick to respond, many jump into the towers, only a handful of casualties here for the time being. But raids are starting to intensify over here. Anathan holding on just a tiny bit, trying to drag this game out, trying to turn this around.
Yeah, he's doing super well to drag this out. Raiding is very difficult for him though. I think he should try to not lose too many silvers here because he doesn't have the eco Risk run does to oppose these. Yeah, and that's not good. He's losing a bunch up north here.
Oh, that's a catastrophic loss. So many expensive sofas going down here. Not something that Anathan can really afford. Still just 124 population out there. Forces a lot of idle time with these sofa raids. Gets his trade back as well. I don't know about you, Puppy, but I feel like at least he bought himself a little time. Is that enough? I certainly do not know. But I feel like Anathan's position is slightly better than what it used to be 3 minutes ago.
For sure. I thought he was dead. But he's making a bit of a comeback here. I would love to see maybe a keep on this trade post. Just something so that Rizfran just can't run in there immediately. He needs to wait for some siege or something to push.
That's a sizable force though, 26 elite sofas, 26 Musafati gunners as well. Lucifron's got crossbows, Lucifron's got spearmen and men-at-arms as well, but not much that deals with the Musafati gunners themselves.
Yeah, he's kind of got this makeshift army. He's got a bunch of different units in here. And I was gonna say, he just needs to push. He's max pop, he's got a bank going up now. And Anatan just doesn't have the resources to replenish his army.
Yeah, Anathan's eco not looking very healthy right now. He's slowly building up his villager count as well, but we talked about this, Puppy. Those pit mines are very close to depletion. And I think critically, Anathan is still lacking many blacksmith upgrades. Lucifron is now essentially maxed out with those.
Yeah, I didn't even look at that. That's a good point. His army is more valuable. Those Musafati gunners are pretty strong, but these units upgraded for Lucifron, so... And he doesn't even need to trade well. He can just he just needs to take a decent fight at least.
Trade getting pushed over here, flanking coming in from Anathan, shielded by the Stealth Forest though. Lucifron getting caught off guard over here, probably didn't see the full army from the Stealth Forest. Has all the crossbows wrapped, Musafati gunners chasing as well, and this is a beautiful surround by Anathan. Gets most of the infantry cleaned up as the crossbows lag behind. Lovely fight here for Anathan.
Yeah, I think that was about the best fight he could have taken. I'm not sure if it's enough though, but it's a good start.
Oh, beautiful fight. A lot of sofas going down though. We'll have to see if sustainability is something that Anathan can manage for the time being. As you said, it feels like this was the best fight he could have taken, but it might still not be enough.
Yeah, I mean, at least he didn't use those gunners there. The sofas, obviously they're expensive, but I think he's more strained on gold here.
Especially with those traders being pushed, at least he cleans this tower up, but now fighting into an increasing amount of crossbows and longbows of the Musafati gunners, that does not feel good. And that fight was without biology. That deck has just finished for Anathan.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. That would have helped a good bit, for sure. His main army was pretty much cavalry there. Yeah, I think even like a keep from Lucifron or Anatan, this spot, they're fighting over this one spot here. It's very odd to not see either of them put down a keep.
Yeah, Anathan hasn't mined a single bit of stone so far. He's at a complete flat zero.
Yeah, and the tower is obviously very good for Lucifron as well. I mean, it's going to give him that network of castles. And that vision, so he doesn't get caught out like last time. Yeah, and Anatan has just been struggling. He's been fighting on for a while here. I mean, he's doing a good job, but I don't know.
Yeah. Walls are now complete on Lucifron's side, and Lucy, just no sofas out here. Anathan splitting up his army, having all of his Musafati gunners massacred by the longbows. Trade is now being shut down as well. Those sofas were so much needed here, but they're nowhere to be found. Instead, they try a desperate counterattack into the eco of Lucifron. They need to do terrific damage here, though.
Yeah, now the trader's cut off, and I don't think those sofas are gonna get enough damage done. He's gonna have to kill like 50 bills at least.
Yeah, that's a good raid, and not many forces back at home for Lucifron. This is a decent start, but as you said, he needs to inflict massive casualties here on Lucifron to have a chance in this game. And you see, Villagers Garrison, Sofa's now torching down buildings instead of hitting vills. Only a handful of casualties on the side of Lucifron.
Yeah, and I think a huge issue for Anatan is that he got pushed off that southern gold, and I don't see any gold mines left on the map here that he can easily take.
He never even cleaned up that eastern portion of the map with the towers, so he cannot even go back to that other neutral trading post.
Oh.
And even that gold mine to the very north of the map, that is not something that he can control.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking the southern gold mine by Rusron's side here, and those two villagers are gathering together. I mean, sometimes you gotta take risks like this when you're behind, right?
You absolutely have to gamble on this, indeed. Lucifron not yet spotting all those villagers mining gold. That's the lifeline of Anatan right now, trying to get back into this game. His eco is still feeble, though. And you see, when the Barkshire Plus is out there, and you still only have the second range defense upgrade, your Sofas will still die very quickly.
Yeah, it's one of the bigger upgrades when you're playing against English. In the late game in general, those ranged upgrades are important. And every time he's fighting at a disadvantage, pretty much.
Maybe except for this fight. This is a lovely fight over here. Gets a good wrap on the crossbows. Not many spearmen to be found nearby. Lucifron's got like 30 coming in, though.
Yeah. Anatan's a fighter, man. He's gonna keep going.
He's still trying, but it's just looking desperate at this point. Has to take disadvantageous fights again and again. And lovely micro here by Lucifron. Gets close enough with the longbows to focus down the Musafati gunners. And now all the Musafati gunners are gone. He's got 30 plus spearmen on the field with 20 more in queue. And now barely anything from Anatan to save those sofas with.
Yeah, I mean, this game is looking very good for Rusifron, but it does, yeah, and that's gonna be it.
GG is called here. Lucifron takes game number 1. Went 3 DCs to start the game with. Anatan trying to pull off a fast Imperial trade game, but kind of getting punished for the fact that he just rushed that Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't expect Rusifron to play that passively as well at the start, though, so maybe he was thrown off a bit by that. And despite losing this game, I think overall Anatan played pretty well in the end. I mean, he was coming from a huge deficit, and he managed to extend the game for at least a good 10 minutes, at least, I think.
Yeah, he definitely made the most out of this game, and there were moments where you even felt like there could be a glimpse of hope for him. But that fast aim just did not pay off. You see, he reaches Imperial at like 8 minutes in-game time compared to 14 minutes from Lucifron. He even beat him to Castle Age, but Lucifron was the player who secured 4 out of the 5 relics, and really, Anatan wasn't really able to punish with that much quicker Imperial either.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that graph, I didn't even see that Imp is so soon in the game, and he wasn't able to do anything with it.
All right, folks, this is game number 1 in this best of 5. Let's take a look at the draft, though, because this is going to be the first time we see the draft in detail. Game number 2 coming up on the first home map of Anatan. We are going to be visiting Kawasan here. But, Puppy, looking at these maps, Kawasan, Hillendale for Anatan, Canal, Dry Arabia for Lucifron, how do you feel about this matchup?
I think this matchup's pretty good for Abbasid. I think I only played this matchup I only played Abbasid a few times. And Abbasid is very strong in this map. Like, they go up very quick, usually in a standard mode. The age up timing kind of affects Abbasid a lot on these hybrid maps, but with Empire Wars, you quick up like instantly. The docks are cheaper. You save a lot of res, so you can build military ships. Generally, I think Abbasid probably is the strongest civ in this map.
Well, we have 2.5 minutes left to go over here. Let's take a very quick look at the schedule of the day, though, because we have some crazy quarterfinals coming up here. Right now, Lucifron up 1-0 against Anatend. And once we have this set finish, we will take a look at Marine Lord versus Recon here in the second quarterfinals, followed by Vortex versus TheMista and B versus Louis MT. For the second half of the day, Beastie will be joining me to give his insights on these upcoming games.
Yeah, it's gonna be some good games for sure. I'm excited. Yeah, I think even Recon versus Moonroad, I think obviously Moonroad's the favorite, but Recon has shown that he can be quite quite tricky, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely a trap game for Marine Lord. You feel like it's one of those games where he is the favorite, but Recon is no easy pushover by any means. And this could definitely be a lot of upset potential on his side.
Yeah, and he's not a player that is afraid to try like multiple things, right? Like you could see some very out there strategies that tries to kind of catch Moonroad off guard.
So, HRE versus Abbasids here in game number 2. As I said, the whole process of the early game is accelerated by Empire Wars. The timing for Feudal Age, the timing for Castle Age as well, of course. But we have the HRE here. Could we see another fast Imperial? Could we see Lucifron trying to just rush Imp for the Palace of Schwabia?
I mean I could be wrong, but I think they're both gonna fight over water here. It's still very important uh in these Empire World games. What you might see though is maybe some water aggression into some WTC because that middle has so much food on it. Especially for Abbasid, the berries can be quite nice.
Well, just 15 seconds left to go. Lucifron with a 1-0 lead. He already qualified for the EGC finals at the end of the fall season, thanks to his victory in Call to Arms, but obviously he wants to continue that success being the champion of Call to Arms. He wants to repeat that here at Empires at War. He's leading 1-0 against Anatant here in the quarterfinals as we head into game number 2. Any moment now, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of this best of 5 between Lucifron and Anatant. Lucifron up 1-0 here in the quarterfinals of the EGCTV Empires at War. And we have Lucifron with the Holy Roman Empire in yellow, facing off against Anatant with the Abbasids in red on Kavasan. With me is the legendary Puppy Paw. How do you feel about this matchup, Puppy?
I mean, as I was talking, but we can already see Anatan is aging up before Rusifron has even started his round mark here, which is super nice for Abyssal on this map. And those docks are both being put up by both players on each side here. So I think they're just gonna fight over water here in a second. Well, maybe in a minute. And probably it's more important for Rusifron to win this water here because Anatan has a much easier transition into that double TC.
And we will have a dock on both of these spawns by Lucifron. Anatan, little late to the party, just now finishing his first dock on the eastern pond. And it looks like he's actually going double docks on the northern one. You see, there are 2 little red dots to the north of that northern pond, and also a red dot to the south. Abbasids obviously getting a discount on the docks means that he can easily afford this.
Yeah, this double dock play is just because he wants to go the emplacements very quick. And we see that from his stone gathering here, so it looks like he's going to go multiple emplacements on each of these pawns here. And it's just going to make sure that he can kind of hit the fish from all angles here.
On the other side, Alkan Chapel in for Lucifron opens with double galleys, 1 on each pond. As we will have Anatan reaching Feudal Age just in this very moment. Lovely Alkan Chapel spot over here, although some of the future farming spots are blocked by the TC.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Anatan does here. He's building 1 Hulk in the north, I believe. But I'm not sure. He doesn't. Usually, you have fishing ships to heal up these military ships, but he might just go with a very quick arrow switch on these docks.
Yeah, Bugla coming out here for Anatan. He was able to finish this dock to the south with the last bit of HP left on that villager. You see this galley, it's taking a bit of punishment here from the Bugla already. Villager out there to repair, so are some fishing boats. But for the time being, there's a bit of a stalemate on that one pond. To the south, it's kind of the same. You have galleys for Lucifron, but they don't do much against these docks.
Yeah, Risron seems to be very invested into these military ships. He's not concerned at all with building aerosuits on these docks, so I'm gonna see how he approaches that once these aerosuits come in. Sometimes you can kind of be very forceful and just repair the military ships and burn down these docks essentially, but with the double aerosuit docks, I don't know if he can do that.
Yeah, the range on those are just crazy. Look at those, sniping out the boats from a distance. Makes it very difficult for Lucifron to take any engagements on these pawns.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Anatan. He's invested a lot less into these military ships here, and Lucifron, I don't think he has too much of an answer to these dogs.
Demo ship now getting close, stops on its way towards the Bugla, only to get sniped out here. Lucifron wasn't looking, and that demo was just an easy prey for the Bugla and the docks.
Yeah, it's super good engagement for Anatan here. Without even a archer ship, he managed to take that demo down, and another one going down here.
Oh, this is a very bad fight here for Lucifron. He's losing many, many vessels. You see Doc helping out now. There is a Dow as well to snipe demo ships with. And that destroyed value is just so heavily in the favor of Anatan right now. 950 resources worth as compared to 125.
Yeah, kind of a bit surprising. Lucifron usually is very sharp on this water fight, but he's losing a ton, and he's going to lose another engagement over here.
Yeah, beautiful demo connections, sinking that one last Hawk. Now this dock is under attack as well. And behind this, Anatan was also picking up a lot of eco upgrades. His eco is definitely serviceable at the very least, though Lucifron wants to go into Castle Age over here.
Yeah, I'm super concerned for Lucifron here. Anatan could just pump out a ton of fishing boats now that...
This could be a Burgrave, though.
Yeah,
could this be a Burgrave in the middle?
I think it will be, yeah. I mean, he's kind of desperate here if he doesn't make this work.
Oh, this is such a gutsy call here. Kind of gambling on the fact that Anatan doesn't have a single land unit that he can use to stop this with. But he lost access to the ponds.
Oh, he scouts it. Okay, this is important.
He's going to find the Burgrave Palace out there. Sees that it's on the way, but he's nowhere close to Castle Age himself. Lucifron, the big question is how many resources he's going to have to use that Burgrave. He's now giving up on the pawns entirely with that last hawk being sunk. And look at that. So many villagers on food, but very short supply of sheep available. I don't know how long he could sustain pushing infantry from the Burgrave.
Well, fortunately, he's got this berry mass in the middle here, so he can kind of migrate a few villas if he needs to. But yeah, it's going to be on Anatan to see if he can kind of defend this. I mean, he doesn't have any ranges. He's trying to go up, which I think might be too greedy, actually.
Yeah, it's 140 to wait. He's actually fleeing all the way to the south. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Lucifron to hit that eco. Range is now coming up as well. A market too. Once he gets to Castle Age, he can deal with this using crossbows. The question is, how much eco is he going to have left by the time he reaches Castle Age?
Yeah, just a small thing. He does start with a market, so that's a bit odd, but sometimes you forget that. Yeah, this could be game ending. He might have invested a bit too much in water, which is pretty unfortunate considering he was in such a good position.
First couple of men-at-arms just now arriving. They do have the Castle Age upgrade now, but no marching drills yet. Love to see how Anatan shifted villagers to that exposed gold mine to the east.
Yeah.
He knew fully well that the gold mine is going to be the primary target, so he snuck out before the arrival of the men-at-arms.
Yeah, that's actually super smart. I didn't realize how important that was. He might even be able to just like give up a bunch of idle time here and be okay with it with his water control.
Yeah, he does have some food eco coming in from the fish, so having these villagers shut down by the men-at-arms and just running low on berries is also not catastrophic. He's also trying to sneak up a couple of ranges at the back, hoping that he can mass a couple of crossbows before the men-at-arms arrive, but these will be scouted for the time being. His gold miners haven't been scouted yet, though.
Yeah, this is a odd position. You don't see this every day, where Abbasid actually has the water control and Atria is all in. I think with villagers this split, Recon might actually need to just sit on this production.
Production is also well split, though. We have one range to the north, a second one right now being constructed, and 2 ranges to the south as well. Camel Riders popping out from the military wing, also very beneficial here. Tanky unit helps cleaning up these men-at-arms.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's very easy for me to say that he should just like send one man-at-arms across the map to look for these bills and then send the rest on this production, but it looks like that's exactly what he's doing here.
Yeah. I don't know if he has that gold mine scouted though. That man-at-arms isn't really heading towards that specific gold mine. Crossbows though getting picked off as they spawn. Anathan, can he get some more crossbows out? That's the question. He's facing 27 men-at-arms, Puppy. I feel like this might be insufficient.
Wow, this is yeah, I think he might have needed some camos in the feudal age here, and for now he's okay, but yeah, I mean especially if he loses that gold income, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, once that gold mine gets scouted, he's gonna be in a huge amount of trouble. And you see, Lucifer is doing a great job picking off those individual crossbows, never letting them just group up. And those individual crossbows, they are very exposed to men-at-arms. They can't really do much against them. Anathan just stuck at a single crossbowman out. Finally, the gold mine gets scouted from Anathan, and that could be the beginning of the end here for him.
Even that food income is at, it's a lot lower than I thought. It's only at 500, so I don't even think he can continue this crossbowman production.
Yeah, that food income is just, it's crappy, but it's also the gold. He's got no wood income either. Now the gold mine gets scouted, villagers will be pushed. Anathan in a very bad position now, Poppy. He's got 1 crossbow to deal with 31 men-at-arms.
Oh my gosh, and we do see a ram coming out as well. Wow, it's not looking good for Anatan. I think he played this early game a lot better actually than Rooster on here. His transition was just not smooth.
Yeah, lovely idea to sneak out the villagers, but it was scouted, and maybe it would have been better if these archer ranges were grouped up together instead of being split. Those individual crossbows just got picked apart by small groups of men-at-arms.
Yeah. And he's even taking down the docks, which makes sense.
37 men-at-arms, battering rams out there as well, taking out the docks. This is looking desperate for Anathan. He still has a nominal villager lead, but it's just not showing anywhere. Now villagers are getting picked apart, and Anathan is really struggling for resources at this point.
Yeah, 41 men-at-arms. That is a lot of men-at-arms. Oh my gosh.
And there it is. Anathan taps out of this one. It looked so good at the beginning, taking both pawns, but he got surprised by this castle age here. And by the time he gets up to castle, we've seen that so many times with the Abbasids. It takes so long to get to castle with the Abbasids, especially if you're late clicking up compared to your opponent. By the time he arrived, he just got overwhelmed by the men-at-arms.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just invested way too much in water, especially when it was pretty obvious that Rusran kind of gave it up there. He built a ton of aeroswits on those docks, and then he invested into a ton of military ships as well. And those hulks are not cheap.
Oh man, looking now pretty problematic for Anathan. He's down 2-0. Both of these games, he was competitive, but the game plan just did not seem to work out well enough. You look back at game number 1, rushing fast Imperial even, and that just did not work out at all. And this one, same thing. He went for the pawns, he secured them, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, he definitely could have won this one. It's a very tough tough one to lose because I think he played the early game quite well. It's one of the better civs for him to lose out on, and if he just had a smooth transition, he would have been winning for sure. I mean, Rusevron had nothing. He had no water. He was very all in there.
Only 45 seconds left to go until game number 3, though. Anatan opting to pick one of the home maps of the opponent over here, going for Canal, trying to keep this series alive. And if this goes into game number 4 and 5, he will still have one home map remaining. Lucifron has the Mongols out here. He's facing off against Anatan's Delhi.
Yeah, we haven't seen Canal too much. I don't think I practiced on it too much as well. I would favor Delhi here a bit. I mean, but we might see Mongo's trade a lot on this map. It's quite a good trade map.
It's definitely a possibility, but you do have to consider that momentum that the Delhi can grab, especially given that this map does have 4 sacred sites. So there's a lot of like all-in style potential over here. And especially given that Anatan is down by 2 games, we might see a very aggressive playstyle over here.
Yeah, this map, actually, you can play a lot of different playstyles on. I've seen people play very passive as Delhi and just take the sites. But you can also kind of push the river if you want to as well.
In we go to game number 3. We will have Lucifron with the 2-0 lead spawning in on the right side with the Mongols in yellow. And on the other side, Anatan is going to be in command of the Delhi, moving up with double villagers all the way to the middle right away. Wants to place a dock right in the middle.
Yeah, we see this barracks from Anatan instantly, so we might see a forward dock maybe. Wouldn't be too surprised. Okay, well that's Rusifron's dock, so he might be thinking of forward dock as well here.
3 villagers have been pulled, plus the Khan. He might just be looking to fight this.
Yeah, I think... I mean, this makes sense. The Khan is also very good at picking off these vills early game. But we do have Spearman coming out from Anatan, so it's not the end of the world. He's just going to wait a second here.
Yeah, Spearman moving out for Anatan. He desperately needs those because Lucifron, he has pushed away the villagers for the time being. First Spearman now arriving. In the meantime, Lucifron himself is building his own dock, and now he's just rushing it up. Sees the Spearman arrive, he wants to finish his own dock before his opponent can finish his.
Yeah, this is so weird. Sometimes these Empire Wars, you never know what to expect on these maps. We might even see a tower, maybe? Not sure. But that tower won't come up in time.
Both docks finish, and I'm actually wondering if you can squeeze a ship in between those two. They might just be blocking out the entire river altogether.
Yeah, I think they are. We're gonna see another dock on the Rusevron side here by Anatan. And he won't be able to get military ships past, I'm pretty sure. So.
Yeah, Dome of Faith on the way for Anatan. He's building it with 7 vills. Lucifron already in Feudal Age. What did he age up with? I kind of missed that.
He went with the Silver Tree. He went 14 on it, so he rushed that one up. Oh my gosh, and the bill goes down. Wow, that Khan just did work.
That he definitely did. Picking off the villager, but more importantly, stopping that other dock. And now, the first Dao popping out intercepts the Spearman as well. Just so annoying for Anatan.
But he's picking off these Spearmen, which are kind of being wasted here. That's like 160 res down the drain.
Yeah,
and even more going down
here. Spearman. Oh, look at this. 3 Spearmen going down the drain, a 4th one also getting picked off. So much value from that single vessel on the river.
Yeah, that Spearman, early Spearman, I mean, they defended the vills, but outside of that, they were kind of worthless, to be honest. He's going to send them to kind of keep an eye on the trade, though, which is useful. We should see dock sweats coming out from Rusevron here in a second.
We should have that for both. We should have that for both players, actually.
Yeah, but maybe. I mean, Anatan's not on stone yet. He needs to gather it. Oh, and he's pulling this bill here. If this Khan gets the 3rd kill, it's going to be...
man. Anatan tried to be sneaky here, moving in from the south. Might be able to finish the dock. Rate of Fire buff even popped out over here by Lucifron in an attempt to snipe the villain time. He won't stop the dog, but he should get the villager picked.
This Khan needs a medal. He's gonna win the game single-handedly.
Second villager picked up. Make it 3 actually. You see at bottom left, we had 3 villagers killed already. 2 of them by this Khan.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for Anatend already. And he doesn't even have any dog sweat, so Rusefront is building a few fishing ships from those dogs.
Walls are being built all the way to the north by Anatend. He's just trying to preemptively sub-trade here. But Lucifron is not trading at all. He's got no traders coming out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he seems very concerned about this trade, but Rusefront hasn't invested anything into it.
Yeah. Now, with those walls complete to the north and the south, he also guarantees himself 2 sacred sites, much needed sacred sites those will be for the eco of the Delhi.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna need something, because he's already down 7 vills. And he doesn't seem intent on stopping Rusefront's water at all, as well.
Eco slightly in the favor of Lucifron indeed. He's got a villager lead or worker lead of +7. Ghazi Raider might get picked off here by the Khan. It's debated if it was the Kashyyyk or the Khan that killed the Ghazi Raider, but once again, that Khan is doing work.
Yeah, Rusefront could even push down this river on the west side here and maybe even cut off reinforcements or something. But he seems to be just intent on taking down that dock, which makes sense as well.
Scholar just sneaking in here, but I think he might have been spotted by the Kashyyyk. Kashyyyk with a purpose heading to the sacred site. This would be a catastrophic loss here for Anatend.
Yeah, this would be bad. I don't think he saw it, but it makes sense, right? I mean, Delhi's gonna try to get sacred sites. It's and he sends a scout to the south as well.
Yeah, it's only the scout though. Luckily for him. The board was aggroed on the way, by the way. He tried to aggro the board to try and kill the scholar that was heading there, but one scholar goes down, Anatend getting denied/delayed of that sacred site.
Yeah, and this Northland Skull going down means not only is he going to lose the res, but he's going to lose that income from that site.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the scholar going down, it's the fact that you had to walk all the way out here, and the fact that you still do not have a single sacred site. Kashyyyk also stopping the walls over here, not a single sacred site under the control of Anatend.
He might lose that second skull there, and that's going to be pretty awful as well there, and yeah, he does find it.
Oh man. Destroyed value is just up in the skies for Lucifron. 1200 against 400 in this game. First sacred site has just been captured by Anatend, but
I feel like I am seeing a repeat of the last game. Anatend needs to just drop a Burgrave and go all in.
It's just difficult, right? His eco is so feeble right now. He's getting pushed off from the river. He's down by 17 eco already, and he does not have any sacred sites once this one gets decapped.
Yeah, unfortunately, Delhi doesn't have that Burgrave option, but we'll see if he can pull something off here.
Well, they can supervise their production building, so that's something.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a cheeky barrack at a proxy barrack, I don't know. No, but for now he's just fighting for this forward sacred site here. But look at Rusefront's fishing eco. He needs to do something about this, I think.
Yeah, he's got a couple of Ghazi Raiders here, so he does have a response to the Kashyyyk now, but you feel like he's just coming in too late. Lucifron is one step ahead. He's got 14 Spearmen out there, he's torching down this final dock. His fishing eco is completely untouched. I feel like those Ghazi Raiders are the only thing standing between Anatend and being eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, he's gonna need to find a lot of damage with those Ghazi Raiders. I mean, it's possible that gold is a bit exposed. But Rusefront now just pushing down the center. And yet pretty much has total map control. Except for at those south and north sacred sites.
Hustle Age on the way for Anatend, compound of the defender on the way. We know how Village Fortresses could be a game changer for a Delhi player. He's got 1,000 stone in the bank. At this point, Anatend might just be playing for survival, though. He's rushing Castle Age. He's rushing that with 20 vills, puppy. He he's desperate to get into castle here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be his way back in the game. I don't think it should happen, but if Roosevelt is a bit too passive, he gets 1 or 2 keeps up, you know, it's possible for sure.
Ghazi Raiders trying to get some raiding going, but accomplishing little for the price you pay. Anathan only able to kill a single villager for the price of all those Ghazi Raiders, and now his own eco gets pushed. Archer's inside, Keshik inside as well. He does get pushed away from the gold.
Yeah, and Rusifron senses weakness. He's just pushing in right here, which makes sense. And Anatan has nothing at home to defend with this, pretty much.
Yeah, he's got nothing at all, to be honest, all across the map. He's at 15 army. I don't even know where it's at, to be honest. He's got 1 keep up, but that 1 keep won't keep him alive. His houses are exposed. He could be popcat. His gold mine is exposed, and his wood line is exposed even. He is just going to be denied of all resources at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to keep him alive for a minute here or two. But yeah, I think wood is the biggest issue on this map because you run out very quick, and the other wood is very far on the map, so he's going to need to find a way to get that keep out near those other wood runs.
Koroltai on the way now for Lucifron. He's also on the way to Castle. Has a sizable army compared to Anatan. And Anatan just completely out of food here. Barely any gold income. He's got less than 300 resources per minute income combined.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at that. Yeah. He's fighting here though. I mean, this is gonna knock him out if he loses, so he's gonna keep trying.
Talk about desperation here. Millions of villagers mining that single stone mine. They are found by Lucifron here. Stone now getting denied as well. At least Anatan has enough for a second keep.
Yeah, I mean, he's trapped though. I mean, look at Rusifron. He's like hovering over the edges here, just trying to make sure another keep doesn't go down.
Yeah, and looks like the berries will be the primary target here, or at least I'm not sure if Anatan made up his mind on this just yet. He's trying to secure this gold mine with the keep. Archer should make this a lot more uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's doing what he can. He's creeping up with these keeps here. And he might get this one up, but I don't know. He's still going to be in trouble. He still doesn't have wood access. And he doesn't have much food as well.
A couple of villagers will be sacrificed for this one. Not something that he can easily afford. Village Fortresses is still so far away. And at the end of the day, he has lost 9 villagers in this game already. Almost double the eco out there for Lucifron.
Yeah, and Rusifron's now... I think he's trading a good bit. Like, maybe not. It's a bit difficult to tell. But, yeah, he's up.
He could perhaps be trading. It wouldn't be a completely out-of-this-world type of a thing. Yeah, indeed, he's got some traders. Really not much, but it's something.
Yeah, but he's got enough eco. So he's fine anyway. He doesn't need the trade.
Keshik creeping in once again, taking a couple of villagers down. Berries are being harassed to the south. Anatan is just not being given any breathing room at this point.
Yeah, Rusifron is super good at this. He's being very active. He's not letting Anatan get away with anything he shouldn't, right? Which is very, very good by Rusifron.
Yeah, there's so much momentum on the side of Lucifron now. You really feel like he knows he's super close to getting into the semifinals here. And that poor trader getting poked down by that one spearman that finished the walls. Still, Lucifron's got all the momentum he needs here. And the Kurota is creeping up to the north. You can see the landmark icon moving across the map. That's going to be the primary angle of attack here for Lucifron, right into the base of Anatan.
I think Rusifron's even a bit confused at what to do. I mean, he's making sure that Anatan's not getting any resources he shouldn't be, but he's got 2.7k food in the bank. I mean, he could even go Emperor.
He certainly could. Or he could just turn all of that into Keshik and overrun his opponent's economy. We'll have to see what he does, but he's trying to shut down these berries, dropping double towers, and just trying to confine his opponent into this very tiny base that he still has.
Yeah, I mean, he's setting up a few towers, which makes sense as well. Just kind of giving him vision, making sure Anatan doesn't do anything sneaky. I'm not sure what Anatan's game plan is here.
I'm not sure either. I feel like this is just a fight for survival at this point, trying to make something out of nothing. Village fortresses have finished, so strictly speaking, now he's got the production to replenish those lost villagers, but his food eco is still very, very scrappy, and on this map, Puppy, it's not easy to make a farm transition either. You're pretty much just confined into your base with no access to wood.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're very short on wood. You don't have much room in your base. You need to go into this map to take res, and Rusarun knows that.
Lancer numbers increasing for Anathan, trying to break out of this stranglehold. He did deplete the stone mine over here, but he does not have enough for a keep. Trying to use the scholars for battlefield healing. He's so desperate for food that he's trying to break out here. Might actually have a window to do so. He's rushing all the way to the north, trying to get some extra stone for himself so he can drop a couple more keeps.
I'd love to see him just drop a market, buy some stone, and then build that keep on that food res here. Okay, looks like he did buy some stone, and he's just going to place it on that bigger stone mine.
Yeah, at this point, he's going all in on the stone, just knowing that it takes a long time to recover, but at least his bases will be difficult to raid, and to be frank, he definitely managed to push out of this one.
Oh my gosh, no to keep going down
no!
here.
That's where the keep was placed at. I thought it was going to be on the north, but this is to the south. So many villagers falling victim to this. He's down to 54 eco. He does finish the keep, but what's the price you have to pay for this?
I think he's willing to pay it. He's trying to get on those barriers now, which he needs to produce those villagers. But even those towers could clean up those villagers around, probably.
Yeah, that's the problem. The towers are still there. His food eco is very scrappy. He didn't even secure these berries. In fact, his base is still wide open from the north. Oh man, he's desperate. He's going to have enough stone for another keep, though.
I think at this point, I think Rusarun could just go up and get like 2 bombards. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps. But he needs to get rid of those keeps, because at this point, those keeps are essentially the lifeline here for Anathan.
Yeah, I think he needs to find a solution for these keeps, because he can't just push them like this.
Lancer's still alive, though. Anathan did a great job healing them back up, and they definitely took some good fights. In fact, when you look at the destroyed value, now Anathan has the lead. He's been taking some very effective fights quietly.
Yeah, but Rusarun's going in, so he kind of realizes that he needs something else to deal with these keeps. He could have went with trebuchets, which are, you know, an option, but with the res that he had, bombards are going to do a lot better.
Kaganet Palace is the landmark of choice, as Anathan is trying a desperate counterattack here. A lot of Spearman back at home here for Lucifron, though. It's going to be awfully difficult to inflict any damage here on Lucy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he taps out. I mean, as you can see from the previous game, he fights to the end here, but he's got 0 food income, pretty much. Okay, now 30. He's not even close to him.
Oh, that's so tough, right? He's trying to hold on to this, and he's got the keeps to produce villagers with, but he does not have a single bit of food that he can turn into vills, and there it is. It is GG. Lucifron takes this set 3-0. Anathan did his best over here, but it was just insufficient, as Lucifron will be the first player getting into the semifinals of Empires at War.
Yeah, that was super clean from Lucifron. I think outside of game 2, he pretty much played perfectly. I mean, I think it was super good by him.
Yeah, so what was the issue here for for Anathan, actually? Where did this game slip for him?
I mean, those early Spearmen didn't do too much. Then he kind of just gave up the water. I mean, I understand he thought he was behind, but giving up the water like that is, you can't, even in Empire Wars, you can't really do that. I mean, Rusarun had a bunch of fishing boats by like minute 10. He was up 15 eco count probably.
3-0 to Lucifron here, continues his very high level of gameplay that we've witnessed in Call to Arms. Definitely having the best fall season of his life, the best few months of his AoE4 career, so to say. Champion of Call to Arms, now semi-finalist in the Empires at War event. and he's going to be awaiting his opponent, either Louis MT or B in the semifinals.
Yeah, Rusifron has been doing super well, and I'm just curious to see if he can pull off another victory in this tournament here, similar to Cold Arms, because he's looking very strong.
All right, folks, this was just the first set of the day. We will continue with Marine Lord versus Recon, seed number 1 versus seed number 8. Basin is going to be the neutral map for game number 1, and we'll have Mongolian Heights and Regions, chosen by Marine Lord as his own home maps. Recon opting to go with Dry Arabia and Hill and Dale.
Are we getting right into it?
Yep.
All right, sounds good. I did not play too many Mongos for this Empire Wars tournament, so I'm not quite sure how strong they are. But we do see it picked quite a bit in this tournament, I think.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players opting to go for the Mongols here. Especially when you don't have Canal out there. It's a civilization that's kind of plug and play in many ways, especially when you consider that Ottomans and Abbasids were banned away from Recon. On the other side, we also have Chinese and Abbasids banned. So no Abbasids for either of these players, but Recon losing access to one of the more aggressive early game civilizations, the Ottomans.
Yeah, Ottomans have shown to be very strong in this mode. Same with Abbasids, so both those bans make sense. The Chinese ban is a bit different. I wonder if it's even because of Mongolian Heights. They can be quite strong on that map. But, yeah, we'll see what he has planned.
In we go to
map.
game number 1 of this best of 5 between Marine Lord and Recon. This is the second series in the quarterfinals of Empires at War, and we'll have Marine Lord with the Rus facing off against Recon with the Mongols.
Yeah, and a lot of bounty spawns in the middle here, so he's going to just send 2 scouts immediately, which makes sense right into that middle. Already picking up a wolf of 2. And he is going up at the Golden Gate, which makes sense. You start with that wooden fortress, so the Kremlin isn't as useful. And 2 cheeky villas. Oh, and he's going to scout them as well here. Not something you would ideally be able to kind of get away with. Usually they're scouted, especially with this mode. You see Rustut's with 3 scouts, and I think he even produced an extra one there, so he's got 4.
Yeah, he's got 4 scouts out there. We could even see a professional scouts build here. That could be an intriguing one to take a look at. But we also have 2 boars centered around the middle areas. Rus players could work towards those as well. And look at this. Aggressive posturing over here by Recon. Dropping a tower on the front line, coming up with Spearmen. Feels like he's trying to deny that initial wood line from his opponent.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this tower. It's not going to stop any second TC play, but it's very good for map control still. And when your opponent does go Golden Gate, right, they don't have those gremlins to deal with the towers. So, not going to be able to take that down as well too easily.
Fair point. Interesting tower indeed by Recon. Kind of feels like this might be just trying to deny a second TC on the gold and the wood, or maybe even the boar. It's suspiciously close to a boar. Makes me feel like he wanted to just prevent his opponent from expanding towards the boar, and there it is. It is going to be a food denial game. He's going to try a tower up on that patch of deer, but he's going to be late to the party. That town center should finish easily.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the second TC going down in the south there makes sense. And bringing early villagers and spearmen, usually you can't even deny it, so we will probably see that town center go up.
Yeah, these villagers, I mean, they will definitely be disappointed over here. In fact, you have to flee Spearman coming in as well, trying to harass these vills, but you should not be able to get a single kill here if you're Recon, and indeed, he's just going to bail out on this one. Spearman looking for targets, but unable to find any with this TC completing, with the wooden fortress guarding lumberjacks. This aggression from Recon hasn't really damaged Marine Lord at the beginning, you feel.
Yeah, I don't think it's done too much. And he seems to not be going to trade. He went with the deer stones, and we don't see any extra markets on the corners here, so he's kind of going forward aggression here. And we see the response from Recon here. Marinold, sorry, he's putting down 3 production buildings, 2 ranges, 1 stable. Bit exposed location, but he should be able to get them up nonetheless.
Stables range is coming in. We have a couple of archers now coming in for Marine Lord. First Keshik is just now in production for Recon, so these archers should be able to repel this aggression. And we do get some stats over here, courtesy of our admins behind the scenes, and of course the lovely crew of AOA4 World. Mongols have the lowest win rate in this tournament so far, standing at 29%. You kind of highlighted your somewhat lack of belief before this series began in Mongols. How do you feel about the start here for Recon?
I don't feel good about this start. I mean, I understand the game plan, but he's not really getting any damage done, right? He's pretty much just denying a bull, some berries. But Marino can even go to that Eastern Deer pack if he wants to later on the game. I guess he's trying to deny wood. That's what he's trying to do. And it makes a bit of sense, but I think the way Marino likes to play, he's just going to build a ram and he's just going to push this. He's not going to try anything too cheeky. He's just going to build some units and take this on.
Yeah, he's on 2 TCs. He does not need to rush this. Speaking of which, a second town center is going to be on the way for Recon. He's expanding towards the hunt for the time being. Marine Lord is still confined in his base, so he's going to have to spend some time scouting this, at some point at least. For now, he does not know about this.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I like this. Okay, well, as I said, he's going to wait for a ram push this. He just pushes it anyway, so... And I think he is actually going to have enough to take this on. And that's the difference between me and Marino. He spots this weakness, like, super easily, right? Like, Recon, I mean, he's got some towers here, but outside of that, he doesn't have much else.
He's trying to finish this tower over here, dancing back and forth with the archers, and it looks like he will get this tower completed. Buys a lot of extra time for himself, you feel. Marine Lord still not really leaving the safety of his base.
Yes, I stand corrected once again. He pushes away. Maybe he's waiting for that ranged armor. Maybe he's gonna wait for a ram. But for now, he's just waiting.
Upgrades are coming in as well. He's going heavy on the spearman here, fearing of a Keshik push. Also going for, of course, the range defense upgrade to make these units a little sturdier against the tower fire. On the other side, Recon is committing a lot of resources into eco upgrades. Eco upgrades that Marine Lord has already gotten.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that second TC from Recon, so this might just turn into a bit more of a macro game. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I very rarely play in this situation in Empire Wars.
I feel like this is not a good setup here for Recon, though. Marine Lord is undefeated in this tournament, and Recon has never won a series against Marine Lord either. It's kind of a status quo where the initial aggression of the Mongols didn't work out, and Marine Lord is just allowed to play his own game here.
Yeah, I definitely like Marino's spot a lot better here, and we already see this huge archer mass from him. And after he takes out these towers, he can just push that Uvu, he can push that TC. And Recon, what's Recon's answer to this, right? I mean, maybe he's going to go up to castle, but if Marino plays that 1-1-1 style, he's going to have an answer to pretty much everything in Recon when Recon hits castle.
First battering ram coming out. No defenses here. Keshik getting a good charge on it, but from the shadows of the forest emerges the army of Marine Lord to repel this. Looks like the towers will finally be taken down. Recon has to bail on this as he's planning to get to Castle Age.
Yeah, I mean, what's Recon got to do now, right? I mean, he's got to buy himself a bunch of time because he's not ready to take on this army if it runs across the map to his base.
Yeah, step right out is going to be the landmark of choice here for Recon. So on the way to Castle Age. Marine Lord could catch up fairly quickly here. He's got the resource income for this, but instead he might just be looking to make a push here. He's got almost triple the army compared to Recon. Recon basically no functional standing army outside of a handful of spearmen and a few Keshiks.
Yeah, knowing Marine Lord, he's just gonna push. He's going to build a bunch of units, and he's going to push. If Recon hits Castle Rado, I don't think Reno's going to panic or anything. He's just going to build maybe a few more spearmen.
He's got 26 archers over here, and he's gotten siege engineering already, so he could just go for full battering rams. In fact, he's piling up wood just for that. It's got a massive archer mass, a very classic Rus stuff. Full archers, battering rams. We have seen this so many times back in the past.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. This was a very common situation where you would see Rus do this very aggressive play into Mongols, and they'd push this Uvu with this 1-1-1 style.
Yeah, Pastures already out there for Recon as well. Some of them already being torched down. Bit of a counterattack here, but there's a wooden fortress. We have a handful of spears as well. Recon just cannot get anything out of that counterattack, and now his base is very much exposed.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this, right? Like, Marino's building a bunch of spearmen because he expects like a Keshik transition into Kalso here, but Recon's adding crossbow, so it's kind of an interesting choice. I guess he knows Marino's gonna go heavy into spearmen, but crossbow, not exactly what you want to be building when you hit Castle Age, right?
Wooden Fortress coming up here. Keshik a little late to the party. The tower will likely finish here. A couple of villagers will fall victim to this, but so far a single villager kill for Recon. And now with the tower complete, those Keshik will once again be repelled. Recon is really trying to inflict eco damage, but he managed to kill just a single villager in this entire game.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to buy himself a bunch of time here, but this army's coming soon, and he's knocking out his base here.
And new battering rams arriving here. Pastures are dangerously exposed, if you ask me, but the primary target could be that extra expansion town center. Indeed, Recon is going to have to fight this off, but he's got no siege weapons and only a handful of men-at-arms from Castle Age.
I mean, he might just have to pack that town center away and get out of there, but he's just going to keep running at this point.
He's not even packing it. He is going to just straight up lose that expansion town center. The blacksmith could follow, and a lot of villagers could get caught in a crossfire over here on this wood line. Villagers fleeing from the hunt as well. They will be found. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And that is just looking so grim for Recon, as Marine Lord is also heading to Castle.
I was going to say he could have just pushed that town center there, but he opts to just run down these villages, which makes sense as well.
High Trade House on the way with 17 villagers building it, an army of 64 against 27. Oh man, you always try to look for the silver linings, the way out for a player like Recon or for a player in his position, but you just struggle to see many options for him. He no longer has the tech advantage. He's grossly outnumbered army-wise, and his eco is a lot weaker as well.
Yeah, it's looking rough for him. With that being said, I mean, percentage-wise, he's not too far behind in eco, right? Like, he does have that Steppe Redoubt as well, which provides him with a bit more gold income. Maybe if he can stabilize, let this go into the late game a bit, maybe he can find some ways back in.
Perhaps. It's difficult though. Marine Lord does have access to the board. He does have the buff from the Wooden Fortress. Now he's working his way towards the relics, having queued up one of the warrior monks. If Marine Lord starts picking up those relics, things will get very grim for Recon. Looks like Marine Lord will not rush this though. He's going to sit behind. He knows he's got an advantage, and he might be playing a little bit more defensive over here for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's super surprising to me to see Recon push out like this after seeing that huge army from Marine Lord. And Recon, it looks like he's going to get caught out here, so I don't know.
Is this confidence or desperation?
I think it might be a bit of desperation, to be honest, because this fight does not look too well for him.
Definitely does not. He's got 15 men-at-arms out here. Not a lot of crossbows for Marine Lord, but he's got quite a few knights over here, which will take decent engagements against these men-at-arms. Plus, he's got the numbers advantage over here, pushing deeper and deeper. Recon standing and fighting on this hilltop now. Might try to take this fight in the choke point. But he definitely cannot outmaneuver this army anymore, has to stand and fight. Men-at-Arms getting cleaned up quickly by the Knights, Archers focusing down the crossbows, and that is an easy cleanup here for Marine Lord. Catastrophic losses here for Recon.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I get why you wanted to pressure him, but that did not go how he wanted it for sure. He's finding a bit of damage in the south here, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough.
Yeah, Recon only killed a single villager in this game still. And now Spearmen are shifting positions to try and deal with this raid. Recon is down by 21 eco here. He's losing these precious Keshik. And the desperation, or the reason why he needs to be desperate right now is that army count. A gigantic advantage for Marine Lord. And he still has 3 battering rams that he just pulled back for the time being.
Yeah, I'm surprised Marino's even playing this so passive. Looks like he's pushing in now, but those rams are now at home? I don't know. Not sure if that's a mistake or if he's just playing more passive in general.
Oh, villagers hiding in the corner might actually be found by the archers. They're definitely looking for them, but the Stealth Forest... Oh! Stealth Forest shielding the villagers. Looks like they will get away, but boy oh boy, would that be a catastrophic thing if Recon lost those vills. Big fight happening here. Once again, Recon is just severely outnumbered, and frankly, this fight is okay for Marine Lord, even without those archers participating.
Yeah, I was just looking at this map actually, and it makes a lot more sense now. Recon's got this double deer pack over to the east side of his base there, and Marino has pretty much only been pushing that side of the map because he knows he can just kind of contain Recon's food.
He definitely has been trying to play that food denial game ever since the beginning, pushing the pastures, now pushing the villagers away from the boar, and Recon just keeps bleeding villagers here through these raids. Now the archers move in as well. So many villagers could be caught over here. Recon not even losing as many as he could have had with these archers and the horsemen withdrawing.
Yeah, now he sees this gold up in the front here, with that initial gold mine running out, and maybe he just pushes the front and tries to end the game.
Crossbows have been mixed in now to deal with the men-at-arms. That's a new addition to Marine Lord's army, not something that Recon is prepared to face. He's going to have to fall back once again, but his army is slow. Means that the horsemen can do a good chase here. Archers focusing as well. Recon once again getting pushed all the way back here. Has to cancel the tower. The only thing giving him safety now is these 2 Springald towers.
Yeah, Marino taking kind of an odd fight here. I mean, he's even going up to M. So I guess he's just playing for the late game.
He's definitely not overcommitting to any of these fights. He's playing very cautiously here, maybe over-cautiously, to be honest. But he's going to have Imperial, he's going to have access to the Streltsy. Obviously, biology is going to become a thing. He's still going to take a good fight here with the crossbows and the archers. And Recon just cannot sustain these prolonged engagements anymore.
Yeah, as you see, Marino is walling off the entire map, so he's kind of getting a lot of map control here. He's picking up the relics, so I think he is preparing for the late game here. And Roos is one of those top-tier late game subs as well.
Yeah, he's walling off the entire map over here. Somewhat surprisingly, he hasn't yet captured the sacred site right next to his base. He's actually going for the one right next to Recon's base, but he got 4 relics for himself as well. He's got Imperial Age, and now he's grabbing the ram upgrades as well. He's actually yoinking the relic here. Kind of unlucky for him that the warrior monk went onto the sacred site, revealing his position.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that happens. I think he won't be too worried about it though. You're pretty comfortable even if you get 4 relics.
Knowing Marine Lord, he's going to try and steal that last one.
Yeah. And we see a Mangonel, so maybe that's his way back in the game here. It makes sense. Try to take some good engagements with that.
Mangonel's now being mixed in as well, getting some decent shots going here. Mangonel's out there for Recon too. But it's more about just raw numbers once again. Though Marine Lord's numbers have definitely disappeared to a certain extent. He's down to 31 army against 36. And imp upgrades are still lacking for him. No imp horseman upgrades, definitely no upgrades for the archers or the crossbows. Recon getting a decent engagement handed over to him here.
Yeah, decent fight, but I mean, even his food income is very high, actually. It's 2k food. He's got a lot higher food income than Mineral, but he's nowhere near that imp, and I don't think he can push into this base here.
Military Academy is a tech that Marine Lord is just now finishing. Recon has had that for a while, and Marine Lord's food eco isn't spectacular. He probably needed to make a farm transition the last few minutes, and that's why his momentum kind of stalled out, but Recon is being given a lifeline here. He is down by 40 population and the whole age, but he is the one confining his opponent into his base right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is his opportunity to come back into the game. He's now up in army supply. He just needs to take a fantastic fight here, and if he can do that, he can get back into this game, I think.
Yeah, Marine Lord is patient though, and now he's got the imp upgrades on the horsemen. He's mixing in some strategy too. He's playing this one patiently as he did in the entire game. He's got some buffer as well. Beautiful mangonel shot helping out a little. And just kind of repelling Recon until he's given a little bit more time to build up his strategy numbers.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Marino just needs to be patient, right? He just needs to wait for those Springald upgrades as he is getting over there. And just kind of take siege control and play very defensive. Recon is... Wow, he's pretty desperate. I think he's going to run into the base here and just kind of force an engagement, it looks like.
Yeah. Marine Lord had to pull away the villagers from that gold mine, so there is definitely some scary moments over here. He's trying to rush up a keep here. Keep is not going to finish before this army arrives, but he does have a standing army here. Streltsy and Imperial Horsemen against the Castle Age army of Recon here. Recon does have the numbers advantage, but not the quality. And Mangonels are also creeping up in the shadows, unleashing deadly volleys here on the enemy, as Recon is going to get his army cleaned up here. And with that, his hopes of securing game number one will be all but gone. Game number one falls into the hands of Marine Lord here in the the quarterfinals of Empires at War.
Yeah, wow, that was a weird game. I feel like Recon was kind of behind the whole game, though, unfortunately for him. The tower shenanigans didn't really end up working out for him.
It definitely felt that way. You see, his villager deficit began to build up essentially as early as like the 4-minute mark. He never really got anything out of those towers, and then he just played from an eco disadvantage, and oftentimes a tech disadvantage even, despite being the first to reach Castle Age. Regions coming up here for game number 2, Marine Lord with the 1-0 lead. Recon opting to take one of the home maps from his opponent here instead of picking one of his own. And we are going to have Chinese facing off against Ottomans. The winningest civilization of the tournament so far, the Chinese, in the hands of Recon, against the second highest win rate Civ, Marine Lord's Ottomans.
Oh wow, I didn't know China has the highest win rate. Maybe they are kind of strong. I thought Ottomans kind of has the advantage here, but maybe I'll be corrected.
I feel like Chinese, part of that is Archipelago being a very strong map for the Chinese, and it's kind of a map that's going to tilt the balance in terms of win rate in the favor of Chinese, but they're definitely no pushover civilization. But it's definitely interesting seeing them on an open map like Regions.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. They're obviously like S tier on Archipelago. They're okay on regions, I think. I mean, we're gonna see what Recon has planned here, but I think even with the Ottoman buffs recently, I might even favor Ottomans in the late game.
Yeah, Ottomans, they have been a powerhouse ever since their release, essentially. Once people started figuring out the military scores, how you can leverage that free unit production into aggression. they have become one of the most powerful civilizations of the game. Chinese, it's a very different civilization fundamentally. It builds heavily on the economy, and it's a civilization that's more about just surviving at every given moment of the game and then reaching gigantic power spikes. Um, Castle Age Palace Guards, late Imperial Army compositions. That's the strength of the Chinese Civ.
Yeah, I mean on regions as well, we're gonna see a big fight over this middle gold here, and it is nice as China to have those stronger keeps, so that might come into play here as well. Um, yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I think Marine tends to like this double TC play, so we might end up just seeing a macro game though.
Let's take a look at the brackets while we're waiting for game number 2 to begin, though. Of course, this is only the second quarterfinals. We will continue with 2 more later in the day, where Beastie will be joining me. It is going to be Vortex versus Mista for set number 3. Obviously, big set for both of these players, especially given that neither has qualified for the EGC finals yet. And then B versus Louis Empty, the last set of the day. As you see, it's marked as a flex set, so in case these sets go very long, we might need to skip that. But so far, that doesn't seem to be the case. A quick set here between Lucifer and Anathant, Marine Lord, confident game number 1 as well against Recon so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rusifron, Marine, I'd say out of the 4 sets here, are probably the favorites to kind of win their set pretty handedly. With that said, I mean, this isn't quite over yet. I think Recon has shown that he can be pretty good in these tournaments. But
He
I
certainly can.
do I do have to say I think Vortex Mista should be a pretty close one. Um,
Vortex Mista,
but
that's a classic. 2 players that just love to just turn the meta upside down, bring in something never before seen. That's going to be an eye candy to watch.
yeah, I'm excited for that one in particular. But for now, we got Recon Marine ahead of us here.
Ottomans versus Chinese over here, the 2 highest win rate civilizations facing off against each other as we head to game number 2 of Recon versus Marine Lord. It's a 1-0 lead so far for Marine Lord, as Recon is looking to win his first ever set against Marine Lord. In we are in game number 2. Recon will be with the color blue using the Chinese civilization, and Marine Lord is going to be in command of the Ottomans with the color red.
Okay, so Recon's going for Spearman instant right here. Doesn't mean too much in these sets. Oh, he might go for Barbican though with that villager pull. I was gonna say
moving up over here. He might be trying to play this in a similar fashion as to how you play King of the Hill, just trying to establish that strong point in the middle. And you see, if you do that, you will have that initial control over the gold mines and you can just play gold denial. But I don't think that would work against the Ottomans, given that they get most of their premium units for free. So indeed, this is going to be more aggressive than that, trying to rush up a Barbican in the face of the opponent.
yeah, I think this is gonna be super aggressive. You see his reading come. He's not pretty close to 400 quite yet, so he's rushing up as far as he can get into that base before he's ready to age up here.
This is a clever strategy by Recon. You see, he's got 8 spearmen out there. I would not be surprised if he was supervising a barracks to accomplish that. I'm not going to say this is an all-in style approach, but this is very aggressive, man.
Yeah, and sometimes, unfortunate for Recon, but sometimes in Empire Wars, the Ottomans' buildings and their military academy can kind of spawn forward. But fortunate for Muno, they spawn in the back, so he might not be able to tower that quite too easily.
That's a massive level of aggression, and oh, look at this. Both stone mines spawning right next to each other. This is as bad as it gets for Marine Lord. It's not even about the gold denial. It's about the stone being denied and preventing Marine Lord from dropping future military schools.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm not quite sure if I like it though, to be honest. I think Murnod's gonna be okay to play this 1 DC kind of game if he wants to.
It's not just the DCs, but the military schools, though. Gold miners are also idled out. This is a lot of aggression from Recon. He's definitely idling a lot of the eco here from Marine Lord.
Yeah, it's not awful. I mean, he only sent 4 villagers as well, right? So it's not like a huge investment where he sent like 8, 10 villagers for a ton of idle time.
Yeah, and he was also building that landmark on the front line. His feudal age won't really be delayed here. He does have only 6 spearmen left, though. 2 of them have been picked off by the TC. And now he's mining stone. What's the next step here, Puppy? This is decent aggression at the beginning here for Recon. He kind of denies the stone from his opponent. Gold mines have been shut down as well. How does Recon follow up on this?
Well, he can go for like a huge all-in. He can go with like mass Zugano. But I think with this style where he only pulled 4 villagers, Marine kind of has that back base building. He's got gold in the back. I think he's just gonna follow up with a second TC.
He is mining stone here, as Marine Lord will head to the large stone outcropping in the middle. Recon already has a scout pre-positioned there to spot those villagers, but he won't be able to deny that stone because now Marine Lord does have some archers to work with.
Yeah, we are seeing the Imperial Academy from Recon. He's got a bunch of stone already, so I think he is going to go for that second TC and kind of just, you know, bit of a cheeky start here. Oh, okay. We see 3 archer ranges, so maybe he is going to be aggressive. I don't know.
We know how strong Chukanu can be, and we know how much Ottomans can leverage military schools in the long run. You might see Recon just trying to go heavy on the Chukanus, simply because he does not want Marine Lord to get any benefit from the military schools. He denies the stone, he delays the addition of those military schools, and now he can just kind of try to finish this game in less than 10 minutes with Chukanu.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm so torn. If he didn't build his archer ranges, he would have had that TC out himself, right? He's got enough stone to build a TC. But with this 4 TC from Marine, it is super exposed, so he might be able to find some damage.
That's a very exposed TC here. Counterattack coming in here by Marine Lord. Recon should have enough to repel this for the time being. His gold miners are exposed. But Marine Lord has spotted the ranges. He should know that the Chukanu will be on their way.
Yeah, I mean, look at this stone income from Recon, though. I don't know, like, what his game plan is with that. It seems like a bit of a waste.
Nether has been added by Marine Lord here, so he's preparing for a fight.
Yeah, maybe Marino might have some food issues. I mean, that Barbican is on that deer pack. His berries is quite close to that Barbican, so that could be a win condition possibly for Recon.
He's going for the range defense upgrade, no attack upgrade just yet. On the other side, Marine Lord is queuing up Sipahi. He has had access to stone for some time now, so military schools should be dropped already. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like Recon might be a little too slow here. Marine Lord is going to get his military schools up, and he does have a lot of production buildings to quickly mass an army.
Yeah, this stone income is tilting me, to be honest with you. He's gonna have 600 stone in a second here. I mean, he could almost be building a keep. I mean, it doesn't seem like a big
still
deal,
in feudal
but-
life, right?
Yeah, if you put that on that deer, he would have had a bunch more food income.
Yeah, that 600 stone feels wasteful. He does not have wood for an
Yeah.
extra town center.
And he is moving them now, which is good, but it seems a bit of a mistake for sure.
Yeah, maybe he had a different plan on his mind. He just set those villagers on stone, and then he realized, oh shoot, I have been mining stone for the last 5 minutes or so, but he really cannot use it to anything right now. He could maybe get a second TC in the next few minutes, but that's his best setup right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is China, right? So despite Reno being on that second TC, he's not at a huge villager deficit. So he's not in any like panic mode or anything, although he might not know that.
Siege Engineering is still missing for... Actually, never mind. He just finished Siege Engineering. He's dropping battering grams. That second TC is somewhat exposed, but now Marine Lord has 16 archers and 5 Sipahi to deal with those Chukunu. Again, you feel like this build-up is just a little too slow for Recon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and China Ziganu are a premium unit. Sorry, but Ottomans, they have super good feudal army, right? They got that meta, they got the buff Sipahi, so it's not like he's dealing with any regular army here as well.
Yeah, certainly. And the Chukanu have a short range, so it's difficult to snipe that meter from the back line. It's not like using longbows against the Ottomans, let's say. It's so difficult to get rid of that meter with the Chukanu.
Yeah, it's just gonna be about when Recon wants to push this, make this push happen, right? Because it's only gonna get worse from here on.
Yeah, it looks like Recon is now moving out 34 Chukanu, 10 Spearmen. That's a sizable force, and it does have some blacksmith upgrades. Upgrades are also in for Marine Lord, though. Look at this scout positioning, though. Recon has a clear vision on this army. Marine Lord does not see that one scout, so looks like Recon will still commit despite seeing this army over here, but he knows exactly what Marine Lord is doing here.
Yeah, that is a very cheeky scout. Oh, it looks like he just spotted now. We'll go
Yeah,
down.
one scout. He's a hero of this. He served his life, but now he's gone. Here comes the fight though, Chukunu, kind of dancing back and forth. Villagers committed to the repairs, and now Chukunu are diving deep. Meter held all the way back here to avoid it being sniped. Sipahi now charging this. Spearman still in good numbers though, and it looks like this is a good fight for Recon until this moment. But the archers start to pick apart all these Chukanu. Rams being taken down by the villagers. Looks like this DC will stand, and the archers are slowly repelling the Chukanus. Again, Marine Lord was just given too much time here to build up his numbers and muster a defense.
Yeah, and look at that destroyed value, and it's almost double the amount destroyed from Reno there, so not a good fight for him. Oh my god. uh, uh, that's like game-ending villager damage there. He lost 13 vills there.
Oh, that's a lot of villagers though. I didn't even notice that. You're right. 13 villagers down is Recon. Oh man, that is just catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought Recon was behind before that, I mean, he's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, when you said 13 vills for a moment, I thought it's Marine Lord losing 13, just getting caught in the crossfire. And I was like, okay, he still has the military schools, but Recon losing 13 villas is just as bad as it gets. He's now down by 20 villagers against the Ottomans.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna need to take a magnificent fight here. I don't know. And he's gonna try. I mean, he's got 3 rams out now, but I just don't think he has the army value for it.
Where did we lose those 13 vills, though? I'm still confused about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually quite a cheeky raid from Reno. I quite like it.
This is what Vodka is showing. I think we have a small group of Sipahi roaming the map to the north, and they just probably picked off the villagers on the hunt as Recon was busy with the fight.
I think it was actually some spearmen. I think it was some spearmen, which makes quite a lot of sense because Recon has no horsemen in here.
Big fight here. Spearman getting picked apart by the archers and the Sipahi. Dealing with the Rams quickly. Now not a single Spearman supporting the army of Recon. Sipahi will repel this once again. And now Recon facing 120 population with his 80 on his own. Momentum heavily on the side of Marine Lord here, looking to secure game number 1. Recon taps out, and with that, Marine Lord moves on to match point here in the quarterfinals of Empires at War.
Yeah, that was a rough game for Recon. Nothing went to plan for him, to be honest. I mean, the early game was okay, but he didn't quite find enough damage, and then he just wasn't able to get much done after that.
Yeah, I feel like that initial tower rush was serviceable. It denied all the stone, but there was nothing that stopped those villagers from taking the stone in the middle. So Marine Lord still gets his second DC, Marine Lord still gets his military schools, and by the time the Chukunus arrived, it was just too late. And Marine Lord had essentially a comparable army that he could use to just stall out these pushes.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was his game plan, right? This is why he picked China. He wanted to try this kind of cheesy aggression out. But Marino he played very well. I mean, he didn't panic or anything. He didn't try to challenge the Barbican. he just kind of took like the faraway stone and built a second TC there.
So, match point for Marine Lord. Recon opted to take one of the home maps of his opponent over here, and he is going to do that again. Mongolian Heights will be his second choice. Hillandale Dry Arabia, completely untouched. If he wants a reverse sweep and he wins this game, he's going to be able to play on his own home maps. But looks like he opts to go for Mongolian Heights over here. A map that has been kind of missing from the competitive scene for quite a while. Really an OG competitive map here at EGCTV. Removed essentially for the last 1 year. Now it's back, and we're going to have the Rus facing off against the Malians there.
Yeah, I didn't practice too much on this map as well, so I don't quite know what to expect. But what I would say is that generally you see Malians on maps like these because their javelins can be quite strong on these hybrid maps. They're very effective at taking down military ships, so we might see some early javelin play and kind of just use them to pressure that mid-map water.
So, Rus, obviously civilization that has been banned very frequently, especially in Call to Arms due to its high win rate. Not so successful here in Empires at War, standing at a flat 50% win rate, kind of middle of the pack. Malians, not so much better though in terms of win rates, just a single, or just a tiny bit better than Rus here, 52.8%. Neither of these civilizations have been super dominant, so to say, in this event so far.
Yeah, Rus kind of isn't ideal for Empire Wars just because their wooden fortress. I mean, it's nice to have a wooden fortress at the start, but they aren't really able to get full use out of that Kremlin, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's definitely part of that, right? You really don't get much of a benefit from the Kremlin, so you will go for the Golden Gate, but that means that you don't have access to the militias. Obviously, it doesn't seem like it's a big thing, but it's an element of the Rus gameplay that has made them a lot better than what they are without them.
yeah, and there's a lot of civs I think that actually benefit a lot from Empire Wars. Any civ with like any instant bonus, right, is going to be very good in Empire Wars. So cows that you can produce very quickly, military schools that you can get up. These bonuses that are very linear that don't provide benefit over time, but once you put them down, you get this instant bonus, which is very nice. You can afford it very easily in Empire Wars. And Roost doesn't have anything like that. But they're still very good civ just because they have very strong bonuses. They've got a very good late game. And they're not easy to kill. Good map control with knights and stuff like that.
The thing I like about the Malians on this map is that Malians are just a juggernaut when you cannot pressure them directly, and it's often very difficult on a map like Mongolian Heights. Is if the game goes to that medium length, a late castle, early Imperial, and Recon isn't able to get through the river in force, then the Malians will just be able to leverage their economic prowess so much.
Yeah, the huge benefit of Malian's late game is just that having that extra supply, right? They're gonna have around the same income with that cows, but those cows also don't take pop, right?
It's a
So
big thing.
yeah, it's
It's
gonna. But anyway, with these hybrid maps, right? We're gonna see a lot of array aggression usually. So and we might even see that Kremlin mid map and stuff like that. Just for array map control as well.
Well, only 30 seconds left to go here. Recon has not defeated Marine Lord a single time so far in his career. Marine Lord completely undefeated in Empires at War. Let's see if Recon can begin a reverse sweep over here. Or we're going to see Marine Lord marching straight into the semifinals to face off against either Mista or Vortex. That's going to be decided upon a little later today. Only 10 seconds remain, folks. Make sure that you bet here at EGCTV with your channel points. And it looks like, just looking at the predictions real quickly, people think that Marine Lord has a massive edge here over Recon as we head into game number 3. Welcome to game number 3, folks. It is Mongolian Heights. Marine Lord with the 2-0 lead with the color red, using the Malians against Recon's blue Rus. Now down 2-0. his last chance here in Empires at War to turn this around.
Yeah, and we don't see an early dock for Recon. Oh, maybe we do at the south there. But it's a bit delayed. Shouldn't be a huge issue, nonetheless. And they are going to dock on the same river section there. We might see a Kremlin follow-up. But it would have to be pretty quick here as he's got the rest age up already.
And it's going to be Monster Quarry for Marine Lord to age up with. Recon opting to go with the Golden Gate. No surprise on that front. But what's more interesting to me, Poppy, is just looking at the map here for Marine Lord. All of those tiny gold mines are kind of at the back, very well defendable positions. It's going to be challenging for Recon to put a lot of pressure on them. And that is definitely something that makes this setup a lot more favorable for Marine Lord.
Yeah, if I've ever seen a Marine Lord spawn, this has got to be one of them. My lord, that is a hard base to push. And he can even wall that eastern section there very easily with that mountain range kind of taking up a good bit of it. And generally in these hybrid maps as well, once you get like a huge food income, you try to pressure a bit as, you know, these aggressive civs like rears. But it's going to be a hard base to push for sure.
Yeah, for now, everything is peaceful. We do have a dock here for Marine Lord as well. It's going to be interesting to see how much either of these players commit to the water. I do see some cows already, though. Was I right? I think I saw some cattle carcasses right next to the TC of Marine Lord. Yeah, that's definitely cattle, right?
Yeah. Right. And he is producing some more, right? So it seems like he's not going to invest too much into this water. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, but it's definitely decent. Neither player seems to challenge the water too much here.
Just a single Lodya galley coming out, but instead, a Recon is going to play into the stable and the range. In the previous two games that these two have played, Recon played extremely aggressive, tried to somehow build up a bit of an early lead here off the back of tower rushes. Those didn't seem to work out, but based on those first two games, I would be surprised if Recon tried to play a long game here. I feel like we could see a lot of aggression coming out from him in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think Recon's been super aggressive in these games, and he's really trying to find a lot of damage, but he hasn't been able to do so. I mean, I understand it, right? He's trying to kind of throw Marine Lord off his game here, but I think in general, Recon's a much more defensive player, and I don't think he needs to force it.
One Lodya galley that's going to idle some of those fishing boats. Not a single combat ship just yet for Marine Lord. He's just now queuing up the first one. Behind this, he's of course on 2 pit mines, and that's a war canoe coming out. Not a unit that you commonly see here, simply because Malians is not a civilization that you see in these water hybrid maps often.
Yeah, this is quite different than what I thought would occur. The Marine Lord kind of just as a reaction to the archer ship, he's putting a war canoe now, but even Recon, he just says, okay, I'll chill back here and let you have the water, I guess. I don't know. He's just building a lot of units, but I'm not even sure if he's skilled at that base yet. It's going to be difficult to push into that for sure.
Marine Lord is sailing north. Maybe he is trying to look for some sneaky fishing eco. Maybe units crossing. But he's kind of getting baited over here. This galley is going to pull him away, just as Recon is planning to cross or even hit that dock that we have here.
Yeah, but catching that galley out is quite nice, actually. That's a lot of res for free to go down. And he even built an extra archer ship, so maybe he is going to try to pressure this water now. And we see Recon is actually a good bit invested into this water here. He's got 5 more extra bills. He can't afford to lose this water if he does. Marine Lord does intend to pressure it.
He definitely cannot, especially when you look at Marine Lord. He's been building up those cattle. He's setting them up so that he can place a nice Grand Fulani Corral. In the long run, Recon's eco is just going to be very feeble compared to the Malians. He definitely needs this buff from the water.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about I'm pretty surprised at this very passive playstyle in water here. And Recon needs this much more, as you were saying, because of this cattle difference for everyone.
Demo ship gets picked off over here. Galley and the War Canoe fighting off these archers. This is not a good fight over here for Recon. Demo creeping closer and closer. Cannot get the connection on those archers. But you gotta be cautious with those knights close to the shoreline. This is some very dangerous micro here for Recon.
Yeah, this is pretty awful for him. He's gonna lose almost all these archers here. I mean, I understand, like I was saying, fighting for this water, but this is not the way to do it. He's using a bunch of resources there, and his archers are even gonna be super damaged.
He kind of also showed his hand with that composition. Beastie's now given, or Beastie? No, Beastie's gonna cast in the next set. Marine Lord is going to be given a chance here to kind of build up some counter units to this. He saw the exact size and composition of Recon's army.
Yeah, I mean, despite Recon's supply advantage here, I think Marine Lord's pretty far ahead. I mean, he's almost ready to go castle here, probably. I mean, his Unicum is gonna shoot up with that Kato ranches he's got there.
Yeah, Donzo's being built here. Marine Lord is nowhere close to Castle Age just yet, and now Recon is pushing this one away. He's destroyed the demo ships. This might be the time to cross the river. Is this coming too late, though? Army numbers are in his favor, but that's deceiving. A lot of these are just combat ships. He's got 20 archers, 8 knights, against a handful of javelin throwers and some Donzo's demo ship popping out, but cannot find a connection with the archers. Does get a good hit on that Lodge of War Galley, but that's essentially it.
Yeah, but I think this was actually a great engagement for him. He actually evened up that destroyed value now, and it looks like he's going to take this dock here. I think this was exactly what he needed.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think this was still... I think the most important thing is that he managed to cross the river, so now he can harass these lumberjacks. Marine Lord has to pull off. He is yet to get the range defense upgrade. He needs that before he can take a fight. But he's up to 7 javelin throwers, and I don't see Recon's knights around here. I think he needs to link up those two armies.
Yeah, and he did push Marine Lord off that wood, which is quite nice. But to be honest, I think this was Marine Lord's plan. I think he just wanted to take the water in the early game and buy himself enough time to get this cattle ranch economy very set up.
9 javelin throwers now. I'm starting to have a deja vu to the previous game here. Recon is building up a force here. It's a terrifying force right now, knights and archers. But Marine Lord is slowly building up his own numbers as well. 19 Donzos to deal with those knights and 13 javelin throwers. If this push stalls out, Recon's position is going to be very bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think I prefer his position here in the last game, just because he has that water eco and he did manage to take out Marine Lord's fishing ships, but he still needs to find a bit of damage here for sure.
Big fight unfolding over here. Many of the Donzos have been picked off by the archers before the fight began, but they still land some nice hits on many of those nice javelin throwers firing from the back line, being able to pick apart most of the archers, and Recon just gets repelled from here. Only taking down 2 houses right next to the spit mine, might even end up losing that 1 ram. Ranged attack upgrade now in as well for Marine Lord. He's got 2,000 food per minute, as Vodka is telling us. Once he gets to Castle Age, he's going to have the Grand Fulani Corral. I think, Poppy, the concern here for Recon, I feel, is that his fishing eco will now be exposed to the javelin throwers.
Yeah, it is going to be an issue as well. I mean, 2k food income on 49 vills, just mailing things. Like, oh my gosh. He had like 7 javelin throws, and now he just shot up, and he's almost at 30 here. And as you said, he's going to be pressuring that water in a minute or 2.
Yeah, army numbers dead even now. But again, some of that is combat ships here for Recon. But more importantly, his composition feels a little lackluster. He's heavy on the archers against a Malian player that has 30 javelin throwers, now creeping closer and closer to the river and the fishing eco.
Yeah, it's very tough though. I mean, this composition from Malians is super strong at the moment, right? Like, you don't really have much of an option other than to go Knight Archer, but if Malians micros well, which obviously is quite good at, it's very difficult to actually get on top of these javelin throws.
Yeah, javelins picking off the combat ships, fishing boats as well. Looks like Recon is going to try and fight this one. He charges into the Donsos. Donso's doing a decent job against those Knights, and you see, when you have that many Javelins, they do a lot of damage on those Knights as well from the back line. Combine that with the long range they have, as you said, Marine Lord with good micro, he really doesn't have to worry about the army that Recon has.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for him. Maybe we could see some cheeky demo play, I don't know. But yeah, now this food income for Recon is really being pressured here.
It's looking very, very grim at this point. Knights trying to intercept reinforcements over here, but now Marine Lord's army is a lot more sizable. And once again, many of those Knights having been damaged before, they just cannot take this fight anymore. Javelin throwers picking off the fishing boats. Everything is falling apart here for Recon.
Yeah.
In what could be his last game in Empires at War.
I mean, he just lost 5 fishing boats of Rears, and that's equivalent to like 10 villagers, right? I mean, that is a huge loss for him as well right there. I'm not even sure how he's higher on the villager count, but
must be fishing boats still counting towards that.
It doesn't include those cattle, so it doesn't. Marine is quite fine.
Yeah, net eco is a lot better for Marine Lord, and now he's going to get to Castle Age.
That said, Recon is matching that age up, so he's going with the high Trados. But he needs an answer for these Javelin throws, and these Archer Knight composition is just not going to be able to do it against 55 Javelins.
Yeah, that's a nice high trade house, so that's definitely the silver lining here. Plus, of course, Lloydia fishing boats can just hide in the corner for the time being. But Marine Lord's army is just growing more and more. 55 Javelin throwers, 24 Dunsos. You feel like he's escalating his army numbers a lot quicker than Recon is able to.
Yeah, I mean, I think Recon's way back into this game. As I said before, he just needs to slow down the game, right? Like, if he fights now, he's going to lose. So maybe, yeah, wall it up a bit, as he's doing there. Maybe some siege. That's always going to slow down the game. Just kind of avoid taking a fight for as long as he can.
And Marine Lord up to 60 Javelin throwers. Castle Age upgrades will finish as well. And I feel like the issue here for Recon is that at some point he's going to have to make a farm transition. Marine Lord never needs to do that. He is set up with the food eco, with the cattles, essentially forever.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a few issues, and that's one of them. But this huge army at his doorstep's gonna be a huge issue as well.
This is a massive army now breaking into his base. The high trade house is exposed. Needs to be cautious. His vision is limited by the stealth forest here, and Recon still waiting to take an engagement here, waiting for those blacksmith upgrades from Castle Age. Marine Lord does not want to wait though. He's diving deep into the enemy base, but no one home right now. Not a single enemy unit he can find.
Yeah, he's being so aggressive. I mean, I would have just maybe like sieged down that high Trados, but he is doing that, but he's pushing his Javelin throws so far into there because I guess he is super confident in his army.
Yeah, high trade house will get taken down. That's a big loss for Recon. 170 gold per minute going down the drain. Recon wants a counterattack though. But
he does have that.
Lord. Now that's a gutsy call.
Yeah, he's got to try something though. I kind of like it. You even see Marino with these Javelin throws. He's on that spread formation, so he is quite aware that mangonels are an answer to his army here.
Yeah, Recon pushing. Oh, this is a problem. He tried to counterattack his enemy's base, but he leaves his own villagers undefended. Now has to flee for his life. His eco crumbling, 53 eco against 65. And Marine Lord is getting closer and closer to this army.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge mistake, right? I mean, he does not have the eco to be able to afford that loss there.
Javelin throwers will engage this. 28 Donsos on the field as well against those Knights. And once again, that range advantage, that micro advantage that Marine Lord has is just coming in so clutch. Recon doing his best to finish off Donsos, but reinforcements arrive from the other side. Knights disappearing from this fight, and there is just not much left here for Recon to take this fight with. Javelin throwers will clean the rest of his army up, and with that, his hopes of securing this game will likely be gone. Marine Lord very close to being able to get to the semifinals of Empires at War.
Yeah, and that was about as good of a fight he could have taken as well. He actually killed those Donzos pretty quick there, but the Javelin count is just out of control for Marine Lord.
Knight's gone. Javelin throwers cleaning up most of these archers. Composition heavily in the favor of Marine Lord now. It's 74 population against 122. Marine Lord will once again cross the river to hit those gold miners. And now he is just non-stop producing military. He is battle to the metal. And now these gold miners will have to flee. Once again, you're looking for ways back into this game for Recon, but there might not be any.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have any siege. He doesn't have any answer to these units, and Reno's just going to push down the center here, I think.
Indeed he will. He's willing to take this fight here against the archers, cleaning this one up. Decisive advantage in this battle now. And I think at this point, Recon is just typing the GG, wishing the best of luck to his opponent here. He cannot take down Marine Lord here in the quarterfinals of the Empires at War. And Marine Lord still undefeated in this tournament, now up 15-0. He's going to be awaiting either Vortex or Mista in the semifinals.
That was a rough set for Recon for sure. But you know, sometimes you can't win, you lose. But he made it pretty far. He got to the round of 8, so decent performance for him.
It was a good show from Recon, I have to agree. I think he did a great job given the circumstances. I felt like he went into this series with a certain game plan, being aggressive early game, the Chinese game when you look back at it, or even game number 1 with the Mongol Towers, trying to throw off Marine Lord and playing a slightly unconventional game. But Marine Lord never really crumbled upon that pressure, and he was just able to play his own game, ultimately playing a very clean set, securing a 3-0.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Recon really tried to play aggressive and outside of his play style, but it's very good at playing against this, and he was ready for it.
And with that, we have our second quarterfinals conclude. Thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter, for the 20 gifted subs. A big shout out to you, as well as all the other people subbing with the Twitch Prime. Your support helps a lot running EGCTV. We'll be heading to a short break, but before that, it's time to say goodbye to Puppy. It has been a pleasure. I know that, casting is not your primary occupation. Usually it's gameplay. But it was a great experience having you over here. Your insights have been very valuable. So hopefully we will see you a lot more in the future in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was very fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. I did enjoy casting, so.
And with that, we'll head to a short break here. When we are back, we are going to bring you one of the best matchups that you can imagine in competitive Age of Empires. We'll be taking you to Vortex versus Mista, and my co-caster for that set will be none other than Beastie himself. See you after break.
The Grenadier. The Grenadier was a soldier who threw hand grenades in battle. The concept of troops being equipped with grenades dates back to the Ming dynasty, when Chinese soldiers stationed on the Great Wall would use the weapons. The first use of grenades in Europe was by the Austrian and Spanish armies, and then later in England during the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. The French introduced such soldiers into the French Royal Army during the reign of Louis XIV. Grenadier usage declined in the 18th century, though the need for elite grenade-throwing troops remained. The ribaud de quin. The ribaud de quin, also known as an organ gun, was a medieval volley gun which was used from the 14th until the 17th century. As the ribaud de quin was relatively light and mobile, it was more suitable for engaging enemy personnel rather than fortifications. The first known ribaud de quin was used by the army of Edward III of England in 1339 during the 100 Years' War, and they were then used in the Wars of the Roses. King Louis XII of France had a ribaud de quin with 50 barrels, all of which fired at once. These incredibly powerful weapons were commonplace throughout Europe, all the way into the 17th century.
Gamers, welcome back to Empires at War. With me is a very special guest joining for the second half of the day to witness Vortex facing off against Mista. How you doing, Beastie?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to watch some good games today, commentate some good games, and Vortex versus Mista. That's a pretty good one. Mista came back recently. He's had a lot of entertaining games. I'll say that, very unique games like the classic Mista. But I'm excited to see how he's going to do against Vortex, though. Vortex is very, straightforward kind of player, and we'll see if Mista manages to kind of pull some tricks on him, or is Vortex going to do his thing?
Yeah, both of these players love to shake up the meta a lot, especially Mista, but even Vortex every once in a while. So it's hard to predict what to expect from these two going into this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, Mista is always unpredictable. I don't think it's a good idea to predict what he's going to do. I think, honestly, it doesn't matter which format you play in. I think the best way to play against him is just attack him constantly, not let him play his own game. And it's probably what Vortex is going to do here.
We just have a couple of seconds left to go until game number 1. It's crazy to think, Beastie, that these two players have only played against each other twice in the history of AoE 4. Last time that these two have matched up against each other was all the way back last year, the first qualifiers of N4C.
Yeah, I mean, Mista is not here for like majority of the year, like 8-9 months. And I actually looked up recently like his stats with a lot of other players, including myself, and I only played him twice in start of the game as well. So he's definitely, he comes from time to time, beats up noobs, and then he goes back to farming.
Jumping into game number 1 here, we have Vortex with the English in blue and Mista popping out the Malians in red.
Yeah, Vortex. Actually, he is not playing that much English recently in the previous tournaments, except on like maybe hybrid maps. But he used to play a lot of English earlier in the days of A4. Like that was one of his go-to civs, I would say, because he loved the longbow spearman, pushes. And it's cool to see him play it once again in a different format. But go back to one of his, I would say, most standard civs.
No surprise early on, he's going up with the Council Hall. Other side, Mista opts to go with the Monster Quarry. But are you surprised that we're only seeing 3 villagers build that landmark for Vortex? He's mining stones, so he's going to play additional TCs. What do you think about this approach?
So I've seen... So I haven't played as much Empire Wars as these guys obviously have, but from some of the practice I've seen between Vortex and Lucifron, they really prioritized early on, like second TC into castle rushes, because they felt early on that there's not enough time in feudal to put on like enough aggression and kind of punish your opponent. But I think second TC, just because you have so many villagers, you can boom to second TC quite easily. Some civs can even allow for 3 TCs if you'd like to. And, Malian is kind of expected to do a cow boom like in normal matches, but especially here because it's so easy to just go, double mill and just get the cows going.
Speaking of which, he's already producing cattle. But one thing I'm kind of disliking about Mista's map is how exposed those additional gold mines are. Essentially all but one is pretty much out in the open, and even the one to the far east of the map, that's something that's going to be difficult to defend.
Yeah, quite exposed, but it's funny to see because he's already cow booming, and Vortex is going for that double TC that I just mentioned. So he's just going to boom extremely hard. And this leads me to believe, oh, there we go, double TC, and both on the golds, by the way, both near the gold. One is kind of protecting the woodland, so not even opting for the deer. So he might, just based on the TC placements, he might just opt to play more safe and just grab the gold and rush castle. Because I'm not sure why you wouldn't, just grab the deer. They're actually behind his base. Yeah, I think going for aggression in feudal after triple TC, basically, it's going to be pretty difficult just because the amount of food that you need to, produce the villagers alone, not the army combined with it.
Yeah, in Empire Wars, you do start with those farms out there for Vortex, so that's definitely some help. Mista will scout the second TC, but he's yet to find the third. He saw the stone mine though, so he should know that there is enough stone for Vortex to have a third TC.
Yeah, we do see Mista coming with javelin throwers. He's going to be the one putting pressure. And so far, we don't see any units in production from Vortex. So he basically has two options, right? Because Mista is the one being aggressor. Mista is on Cowboom. And Cowboom is great, but Cowboom versus triple TC is not really a fair game for the Malians. So Vortex either will start to make units and defend, or he will just completely ignore this and try to rush castle with 0 units.
Vortex, losing track of this one scout here, gets picked off quite easily. Javelin thrower is now moving in from Mista. He isn't going to find much value to the north, though.
Yeah, and Vortex is doing what I mentioned earlier that I have seen the Spanish brothers do. So the way he plays his town centers will protect his gold, no matter which side you're coming from. And if he was to place one of the TCs on Deer, one of the sides of the gold would be accessible to the javelin throwers, and you can see him placing farms between all 3 of them. He's getting his eco upgrades, and he's kind of just saying, yeah, you can go around my base, but there's not much you can go for.
There's just nothing there for Mista to find. He was able to push away a couple of villagers from the farms, but that's basically all that he could accomplish. He's setting up the cattle behind this, as we've seen numerous times with the Malians recently. These javelin throwers could be annoying on a wood line, though.
Yeah, and we see, I think that's 3 workers on the wood line, so he is really just... oh no, there's more. He's really not interested in producing units. The interesting thing is he is getting Steeled Arrow, and he's not doing this because he's about to produce mass longbows. He is doing this because he wants that if javelin throwers do dive TCs, so he has that +1 damage on the town center to, get the javelin throwers to kind of move away and repel them a little bit. But I think he will just be going straight to castle. And if he also opts with the TC landmark, that is going to be like very, very strong economically because it's going to be 4 town centers against 1 TC Kaboom.
We've seen Lucifron play English against, I think it might have been Malians as well in the first series of the day. He opted to go with the White Tower. We'll have to see if Vortex goes for the TC landmark. Could be a little overly greedy, but so far Mista hasn't been able to do much damage to him.
Yeah, it definitely might be. And Vortex we see, so like you mentioned, he lost 1 scout. He's sending the second one because it's very important to know what Malian wants to do. If he sees like a bunch of stables, which is usually what you see from Malian, but he needs to kind of see what the opponent is doing to know how to prepare for it. And if he thinks that maybe the opponent is going to be too aggressive or too committed, maybe he just, yeah, you know what, White Tower, yeah, and there it is. He says probably, I'm triple TC, I'm in a good spot, so why not just put White Tower, make it impossible for my opponent to dive and just play pretty safe from here on out. Because the longer the game goes, this is a matchup that you don't want to play against English in the late game. So the longer the game goes, the better it is for English.
That White Tower also makes it impossible to place farms right next to that mill.
Yeah, the farms are going to have to pause on that one. But, he has a bunch more space to go with. And interesting enough, I think that I saw Mista building barracks and not stables. So he will not be trying to kind of just run in with sofas and overwhelm his opponent, but instead he's going for Musafati warriors, which we have seen him do in other series against other civs. So he looks like he's a big fan of Musafatis.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was Lucifron who first went for like a mass Musafati approach back in Call to Arms. It has gotten some popularity recently, that's for sure. And given that Vortex is playing into Knights, that's actually a good setup for Mista.
Yeah, he's going to use a couple of Knights, and I like this. He's using the White Tower as, like a double stable. Basically, production is going to chase these javelins away. Maybe he's going to start to try to pick up some relics. Knights are always good to get some map control. But he is going to need to scout, if he hasn't already, what exactly he's playing against, because Mista seems that his plan... Okay, there we go. The scout sees the triple barracks, he sees Musafatis, and he sees a lot of them. So this is not like few Musafatis. So he should know that longbows are a must, and then most likely either go men-at-arms or maybe horsemen or knights is going to be his go-to composition.
Yeah, the moment he sees the Musafati warriors, he clicks the veterancy upgrade for the longbows. He does have the council hall to produce those on. It looks like he also dropped the monastery, so he's looking to pick up some relics as well. Mista is walled back at home, so these knights won't be able to raid that much, though.
Yeah, and I think right now, I think Vortex is in a super comfortable spot where he's like, you know what, I got my white tower. Musafaris are not very good at diving, TCs nor towers. So Vortex just needs to not take massive amounts of damage now, even though Mista has so many units, but Mista is very committed. He's only on 1 town center. And Vortex is on 3. He already has farms going. We do see knights coming in, which are going to cause some issues. And Vortex obviously has really good micro. So these knights are not just going to die to like 3 Musafaris because Vortex forgot them. So they're going to be quite problematic, I think, to deal with now that they're in the main base.
Yeah, just 4 knights, but that space being left out on the front here for Mista from his walls means that those knights will just now rampage his eco. He's going to have to constantly chase them around, and you see he has to pull all the gold miners from this gold mine as well. It's not just the casualties, but also the idle time that these knights are able to force.
Yeah, and Mista's army, you can see half of it is in the middle, half of it is in the base, and this is one of those things that maybe he wanted to just go for a massive timing, but these knights being in the base kind of mess everything up. You can't just leave 3 units. It's 3-4 knights. A couple of Musafaris are not going to take care of them, so he needs to pay a lot of attention on them, and you can see him kind of pulling back a little bit, maybe gathering more troops before trying to go for it again.
Yeah, Vortex engaging against the javelin throwers over here will likely clean up at least some of these troops before he himself gets taken down here. He needs to keep that scout alive, though. That's the only scout he has for vision. He's going to lose that in this very moment. Has another one queued up, though. Just goes to show how much he values vision, and as you kind of alluded to previously, how critical it is to have that vision and that insight into what the Malians are doing.
Yeah, and you can see he actually threw down stables, and he is still producing knights. So he will say like, you know what, you're gonna go Musafari Javelin, it's fine. I'm gonna go for Longbow Knight or maybe even Horseman later. And I think that unit comp favors English because it's a lot harder to micro from Malian side, right? Because as English, you just A-move your longbows, maybe you run around the knights around Musafaris, but as Malians, you actually have to target fire with javelins onto longbows. You have to be careful not to overkill. So I'm liking this position for Vortex quite a bit more.
And both sides committing some effort to collecting relics. First one already in for Mista. First one for Vortex is on the way home. It looks like things have slowed down here a little, but behind this, Vortex has built up a massive economy here. Mista essentially half the eco, at least in terms of villager count, than what we have for Vortex. Of course, he does have the pit mines and the cattle working for him.
Oh, and Vortex might be getting himself into a little trap. I don't think Mista expected this. He moved part of the army to the north side, and I don't think Vortex is aware of it yet. He does not see the units coming from behind, and he's going to get sandwiched and lose quite a lot of units here.
Beautiful sneak with the Musafari warriors. They weren't seen by Vortex. Now gets wrapped around. Knights will have to disengage from this one. Most of them will be taken down. Longbows have to flee as well as the Musafaris chase. Javelin throwers as well, inflicting heavy casualties here on Vortex. Lovely engagement here by Mista. Beautiful wrap using the stealth ability of the Musafaris.
Yeah, I think Vortex may be moving a bit too soon. Maybe not realizing how many units were out on the map. I mean, he did lose the scout as we mentioned earlier. But again, this is just... I feel like the unit comp for English is just so much nicer to micro and play around with. But he's going to go for another surround with a lot of Musafaris.
This time around, you don't have a massive amount of knights for Meat Shield. Once again, they jump on the longbows, and Vodka is showing us the perspective of Vortex over here. Vortex does not see those Musafaris until they are right in the face of those longbows. And now Javelin is also doing a great job pushing back those longbows. Heavy switch into barracks over here from Vortex as a response to this.
Yeah, and I'm surprised he's not throwing down a tower. Like, that would just help so much with these kind of surround attempts, and also make sure he has the network buff on his units. And he keeps trading here, Vortex, but right now Mist is producing more units. So I feel like these kinds of trades, while they're all right, he might get overwhelmed at a point where he just has way less units, and it's not about, units being stronger or weaker, but he's just going to have way less. And he will be going into men-at-arms, which is interesting considering... I guess he's doing it because of the archers, but there's so many Musafaris already out.
It's also going to be poison arrow archers already, and Mista, he's not messing around. He is imping with the Griot Bara, also flanking to the north with the Musafati warriors. You feel like he's found himself a lot of momentum here off the back of that previous fight.
Yeah, he definitely has the map control right now. It's kind of what he does with it, because he's the one that has to do pressure. Like I said, the longer this game goes, it favors English more and more. And Vortex is already to 124 villagers, which is quite a crazy amount. We do see some sneak attacks happening, but the tower is going off, and those Musawatis are definitely in vision of the tower, because the tower did the sound, but I don't think Vortex noticed it.
Yeah. This is Vortex's perspective, folks. He's got no idea until the Musafatis show up. They run past the villas, but they still get a couple of kills over here. Quick reaction from Vortex means that he minimizes these casualties, though.
And Mista just saw that, Vortex just saw that Mista did age up, and Vortex is trying to force a fight. The unit count is very close to one another. This is the first time that their unit count is almost identical, except Vortex has a much, much stronger army. And he probably wants to fight now before the Imperial upgrades hit in.
Yeah, not all of the army for Mista is actually here, though, and Musafati numbers are kind of lacking over here against these knights. Men-at-Arms also joining the fun, and the Musafatis, they just commit to killing the Vills. Vortex is losing quite a few on the gold mine, but at the same time, those Musafatis are needed so much in this engagement. Men-at-Arms starting to turn things around here in the favor of Vortex.
And Vortex is target firing the Musafatis at the front. So now we have javelin throwers and archers versus, 5 or 6 barracks men-at-arms coming through. And men-at-arms are really, they're the hardest unit for Malians to kill, which is why usually that unit is the go-to against Malians. So you can see so many archers and javelins just shooting, and they're just not doing a lot of damage. And behind that, you have so many longbows just dealing massive amounts of damage.
Vortex barely lost a villager. He's still at 124, so those Musafati warriors, they really just died for nothing almost.
Yeah, and you can see Musafatis are just getting picked off. Even though they're Imperial, they're getting picked off super, super quickly. And now we see horsemen being mixed in as well. He has 2,000 food per minute, Vortex does, so he can pump out a lot of horsemen, a lot of men-at-arms, and longbows at the same time.
At least the imp upgrades are in for those Musafati warriors, but they are still so fragile. And there is just not enough javelins now to deal with all these longbows. Only 7 of them on the field. Vortex with almost double the army now, pressing onto this gold mine. Mista has to evacuate this. And you kind of highlighted this before. It could come down to numbers over quality. That's what we are seeing now.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, what you mentioned earlier regarding golds. This is his only gold that he's mining from right now. So getting pushed away from it is really, really bad. We see him going down to the bottom side. But if Vortex just decides, you know what, I'm going to go there, there's nothing that Mista can really do because his army supply is almost 1/3 of Vortex's.
Population just looking grim for Mista. 74 population against a near pop-capped Vortex ready to go into Imperial. He's going to place the Berkshire Palace right in the middle as well. Gives him a very powerful strong point here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, he doesn't care about denying goals on the side because English is stronger in Imperial. So he doesn't, he's not playing the long game like I'm going to deny a goal. He just puts it on the middle because he wants an easy reinforcements point because he knows, okay, my army is stronger. All I got to do is keep pushing, keep forcing the fights. And the game is going to, be in a pretty good position, which is why he's Berkshiring kind of nothing, right? There's no resources there, but he doesn't need resources. He's going to try to end the game as fast as possible.
He's been taking these fights without the network of castles aura even. If he had that if he had the aura expanded, these fights would be even more so one-sided for Vortex.
Yeah, and we see Mista kind of preparing a little bit, trying to maybe surround. Some units did go in stealth there, so that they are going to be on a pretty big cooldown. We do see Scout coming out, so Vortex rebuilding the Scout, and I think the one surprise thing that Mista is going for him, the stealth, is also not going to be working out this time.
It's also heavy longbows for Vortex now. Against mostly light infantry, though, Musafati warriors are. He might try to wrap from 2 sides. He's got some of his army to the south, some to the north, but it feels like the quality is just not there for Mista. His units are not meant to deal with longbows.
Yeah, and you can see Vortex, pushing in. I think Mista saw the scout, by the way, so he's running away. He wants to fight with stealth. He doesn't want to fight without it. He will try for a massive surround, but this is going to be it. If this doesn't work, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Here it comes, beautiful surround over here, but the Musafati warriors, they just get picked apart so quickly here. Numbers are dropping very rapidly for Mista. Javelin throwers doing their best to just deal with the longbows, but Mista is going to have to call these forces off here with heavy casualties. A very cost-effective fight this was for Vortex once again.
Yeah, for sure. And now the elite upgrades for Vortex are kicking in, by the way. This whole fighting was in castle units for English versus Imperial for Malians, and that's how the fights went. Now they're on equal playing field regarding upgrades. We don't even have incendiary arrows yet for Vortex, which is going to make this longbows so much better.
Oh yeah, I don't think he has volley even. He doesn't even have any of the blacksmith upgrades from him either. He could improve this army even more.
Yeah, and Mista is trying to get us around, but this is the thing with Malians when you go for these kinds of unit comps. Sofas, for example, if they were to win this engagement, they can go on to, do some raiding, they can help fight the horsemen, but Musafanis are kind of, one-time engagement type of units where you go in, you can't really run out, and Mista calls GG.
There it is, Vortex leveraging the English, taking game number 1 here. A matchup that we've seen numerous times, and frankly, so far, it seems to be English favored here in Empires at War. Malian is just unable to punish this 3TC rapid eco expansion.
Yeah, so when you play, standard AoE 4, this matchup, I would say is also English favored, but the time that you have to kind of do damage to English with sofas, with javelin throwers is much larger, like that window. But in Empire Wars, because the economy scales up so much faster, I feel like your timing as Malians against English is much smaller. And you saw it early on how Vortex just kind of stood back, waiting to build up an army, and then eventually he's like, yeah, I'm ready to go now. And you could see that the Malian army can't really contest, especially because Vortex was on 3 town centers, so his economy was just scaling much more, while Mista just stayed on that 1 TC and just kind of massed units and try to overwhelm the opponent.
Yeah, just look at this graph here. Numbers have always been there for Mista, but they just evaporate in a blink of an eye. It's just, especially when you are full Musafati, they just die so quickly. But speaking of big masses of units, we might have some more of that as we head into game number 2 with the Ottomans facing off against the Delhi.
Wow, all right. I love Delhi, I gotta say. I think Delhi is one of the more fun and probably most fun civs to play for me. I think they got a lot of unique stuff going, and again, another civ that Vortex loves as well. He plays Delhi a lot, and I think that I wouldn't expect them necessarily to play it exactly like English in this one, because you don't usually go for triple TC Delhi and to be like, yeah, I'll just play Imperial. It is what it is. But also Basin is one of those maps where Delhi was extremely popular back in the day when it was playing, and not much changes. You have a safe sacred site in your base, and then you have a middle sacred site. So if you contest that, you kind of have 2 sacred sites going for you. Even though you might not get sacred site victory, you're still going to get a lot of gold.
So, going into this game, one of the big questions I have for you, we've seen Delhi being played today with Dome of the Faith. How do you feel about it? Should this be a Dome of the Faith game, or should this be Tower of Victory facing off against the Ottomans?
So it depends a lot on his plan. Now, there's been discussion which landmark is better in general. I'm personally Tower of Victory kind of Delhi, but a lot of people love the Dome of the Faith. Now, I feel like Dome is better if your build is maybe, I'm going to make some units take the Sacred Sites and go Castle, or, try to go into a longer game. But if you want to make, the standard feudal army or even castle early on, like massive armies, I do think that Tower of Victory is better, because the archers with attack speed are just so much better than having your scholars, cost a little bit cheaper, and you produce more of them. So I personally think that Vortex, if he's fighting in feudal, he's definitely going to go for Tower of Victory. But I think both are viable. It's just kind of what he prefers, I guess.
Both of these players are undefeated with these civilizations. Vortex 2-0 with the Delhi so far in Empires at War. Mista 2-0 with the Ottomans. Someone is going to lose that streak today. So remains to be seen if it's going to be Vortex or Mista. But this was the first home map of Mista. His other home map is actually Tempe, not a map that we see there frequently. Vortex opted to go with Canal and Kavasan, some more popular tournament maps.
Yeah, I'm a bit. I mean, for Vortex, I think any map of his is going to be something that he has played before and something that Mista has not played before. And Canal and Kawasan are definitely not the maps that Mista has a lot of experience in.
And heading into game number 2, we have Vortex with the Delhi Sultanate spawning into the north of Basin. Down south, it is going to be Mista playing as the Red Ottomans. Minimap is a little weird here, I see. Some purple dots surrounding the buildings of Vortex, but not to be afraid. That's definitely not units from Mista just yet.
Now they're just doing their little scouting around. Where is the... can we see the military school? Is it in the back? From Mista? Okay, well, that's actually... I mean, okay, decent positioning, I guess. I think you'd prefer at least to have it in the back in Empire Wars than in the front. Because then that can sometimes be a little problematic. And we do see Tower of Victory. I mean, I think that kind of says that he will go for archers, because you don't really go Tower of Victory for spearmen, you know, or even men-at-arms. It's not like you can just make men-at-arms and win the games, right? So I think this is going to be some kind of archer base play from him.
Mista's got some spearmen over here, but they won't really be able to accomplish much with archers coming out soon from Vortex. So, looking at this setup, especially with how delayed Mista's minaret is compared to Vortex's age up, what's the plan here for Vortex? Are we just going to see him go very aggro, trying to punish Mista before Mista can build up a force? Or are we going to see a slightly slower-paced approach from Vortex?
So far, okay, we do see archer ranges and spearmen. So it looks like he will not be going for Ghazi Raiders. In this matchup, actually going Ghazi Raiders doesn't make much sense. Because if you enter this rock, paper, scissor kind of army, where it's like spearmen, archer, and then cavalry, Sipahi are, in my opinion, way better in this matchup because of that fortitude ability and their longer range. So maybe Vortex just says, you know what, I'm not going to do Ghazi Raiders. We'll just skip that part, and I'm just going to mass units and try to force fights. And obviously Tower of Victory is going to work great with those. So I think that's going to be his go-to plan. Now, I think his plan is also obviously going to be get sacred sites, and that third sacred site is pretty far away from Mista's base, and also it's across the wood line, so that's very nice for Vortex. I think it's more on Mista to decide, is he going to attempt some kind of castle rush? Is he going to attempt for 2 TCs, or is he just going to fight it out?
For now, he's focusing heavily on the techs. He has gotten 3 scholars out. Well, he's got 3 scholars in total. And it looks like he's going to have wheelbarrow in a second. Has a blacksmith out already too. Not much of an army. He actually went for one of each production building. He's got a Ghazi Raider coming out already. He's got some archers, he's got some spears. Kind of a mix of everything so far.
Yeah, I wonder if he will choose to maintain Ghazi Raider production fully, or is this just as I want to force the Ottoman to make spearmen as well, just so I can have, I can lean into archers and kind of win that way. The interesting thing is, in Empire Wars, you start with 3 scholars, right?
Yep.
So he didn't make a single one. So he just got gold for the age up and then just went straight into just pure unit production. So very, very fast units. And you can see him arriving, and it's already 17 versus 9 units. And he's going to be denying that gold, which Mista was trying to get quite a bit of.
Yeah, that gold mine is definitely exposed here for Mista, and it's not like he has any good backups. In fact, all of the possible backups are worse than what we have here. It's not like Mista needs a lot of gold right now, but it limits his options quite a bit, that he basically has no access to any gold pile right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be super easy for Vortex. By the way, Mista's second gold is right there as well. beyond the first one. So it's going to be really easy to see for Vortex, like, oh, okay, he's getting gold or he's not getting gold. Because sometimes if the gold is in the back, you know, you're not quite sure, like, is my opponent being sneaky and rushing castle? Is he staying in feudal? But this is going to be really nice for Vortex, because every time he pokes, he'll be like, okay, you're not gathering gold. I'll go back, or I'll decide to fight. It's kind of up to him, but the unit count just keeps increasing for Vortex.
Yeah, he's building up an army, and he's doing so much more rapidly than Mista is able to. He's yet to capture sacred sites. Once he does that, he is going to have the extra resource income from those as well. And he also has blacksmith upgrades finishing by now, so not only will he have the numerical advantage, he's also going to have a quality advantage.
Yeah, and it seems like Vortex is kind of keeping a little bit low on the spearmen, so he definitely wants to do Ghazi Raiders and Archers, which is fine. You know, nothing wrong with that. Ghazi Raiders still very strong. They hit very, very hard. Now the question is he going to capture a third sacred site, build a market, and then buy food and wood and just kind of go for it? Is a classic feudal Delhi style. Or at any point, he might decide, you know what, I'm not going to spend gold, and you stop producing units for, you know, a minute, and then you can suddenly age up, and you put Mista in a really, really uncomfortable position.
Yeah, for now, he's just posturing outside the base of Mista, but he's even able to capture this sacred site close to Mista's base, which is something that just speaks for the amount of map control that the Vortex has right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a rough situation. Now we're going to see a couple of villagers potentially go down. That's one, that's two. And, you know, that might not seem like a lot, but, you know, together with 3 sacred sites as well, he is gaining leads wherever he can.
Big fight coming up here. Metter is buffing the Ottoman army as the Sipahi also launch a counterattack. This is a good raid by Mista, but inside his own base here, the Metter is actually on the front line, gets picked off by the Spearmen and the Ghazi Raiders. There goes the attack buff for Mista's army, and the Lumberjacks are also dangerously exposed. Looks like Vortex will call this assault off, but he managed to pick off that valuable Metter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised he stayed there for as long as he did. Like, under the TC, 12 villagers were inside shooting, but he actually traded out, I feel like, better. He caused a lot of idle time on his on the enemy workers, so we see gold stacking up. So if we see gold suddenly disappearing, then he is buying food and wood, and he is going to commit fully in feudal. If the gold stays up, he might decide to age up, but the food income is not actually looking too great. Only 600 for Vortex, which is pretty low for Delhi at this point.
Yeah, his food villagers were pressured by the Sipahi. He had to idle them for quite a while, and he just had to relocate them to the east. Now he's stable, though, and frankly, he has 3 sacred sites under his control. That's as good as it gets for a Delhi.
Yeah, and we see gold going down, but he did build 3 scholars. So he is not deciding to purchase food with it. He's deciding to add more scholars, so he's going to go up to 6. And considering his upgrades are done, right now I'm feeling with the amount of Ghazi Raiders queued up and everything, I think he will try to hold the sacred sites and force his opponent to come out. And he will probably use scholars to just fight with them.
Yeah, that would be a lovely call here. As long as Mista is trapped inside his base, Vortex has 3 sacred sites, and he's also able to shut down his opponent's gold mining. If he tracks this game out, Mista is going to have access to that gold mine, and he can maybe turn things around.
Yeah, and here we go. Sacred site is being contested. Vortex is kind of not looking too bothered. Like, he's not really in position to contest it yet. We'll see if he decides to go for it. But at this point, if his goal was to keep his opponent in feudal, he's definitely succeeded in it, because Mista is nowhere close to castle. But if you look on Vortex's side, this is what I was talking about. Delhi can just stop making units and age up very quickly. And he's only 500 foot away, 400 now from aging up.
Oh, Stealth Forest hiding the forces of Mista over here. Vortex needs to be cautious around there, but he does have a scout. Sees the trap that has been set up for him. Has to fall back, because that's a sizable force coming out from Mista.
Yeah, and this is the moment where if you're Mista and your opponent is running away after having the map control advantage, that is very, very suspicious. Like, something is going on, because if your whole idea was to build this massive army, why are you running away now, right? Shouldn't you want to fight? And we see Mista recognizes that and starts to raid. He's not staying on the middle. He's not worried that Vortex is going to fight him because he recognizes, okay, he's not actually fighting. He might be aging up. He's moving towards that gold, and he will actually run straight into that age 3 landmark if he continues. But he actually turns around just before he notices it, which was pretty lucky for Vortex because that would have been a couple of villager lost at least.
He also missed a big pack of berries. I think Vortex had like a dozen villagers on those berries. Mista turned around at the worst possible time, missed the opportunity to do some damage. Now Castle Age is in for Vortex, but of course it takes some time for the Delhi to grab those upgrades, and this is what Mista wants to use here.
And I mean, this is why he went for the 6 scholars. He was not choosing to fight with them. He's going to try to pick up relics, and he's going to try to get the feudal upgrades, and he can also produce knights now, which we saw more stables coming up.
Sipahi have been detached from the main force here. Vortex slowly mixing in some spears. Archers now diving deeper and deeper though. And Mista, as Vortex has, I think he's got no gold income. That's not so significant for us right now as he's looking to take this fight here. Vortex has his army split into 2 halves though. The spearmen getting picked apart way too easily by these archers. And at the same time, Lancers are being mixed in on the side of Vortex, but he still needs to wait for those Castle Age upgrades. Castle Age upgrades that are so far away.
Now this is very dangerous, by the way, for actually Vortex if he doesn't pick off Janissaries. Janissaries are really, really strong here, and he actually picks, I think, all of them except one. There's one left because they actually destroy cavalry incredibly, especially like once you're in feudal and you just pop 8 of them. They're super, super strong. All the Janissaries go down, and now it's looking a bit scary for Vortex, but if he gets a couple of knights out more, he's going to be more than fine holding this, and Mista is put in a complete all-in position, which is why he's pushing this hard, right? Someone might be wondering, why doesn't he just go back? Well, if he goes back, he's nowhere close to age up, so if he goes back, he will get raided by the knights and probably lose the game in the end.
Yeah, he's been fighting under that town center for the last 20-30 seconds, and he had the Matter on the front line. It was picked off early on. The second portion of this fight was without the Matter, and for Vortex, he always had the buff of the Tower of the Victory, and that's part of the reason why he was able to repel this. Now, Mista looking like he's in a tough spot. His army reduced to a very small quantity of Sipahi and some archers, and he's essentially stuck in Feudal Age.
Yeah, and this is, so Delhi versus Ottoman, you know, Delhi has some timings like this reaching castle, but there's a point where Delhi runs out of food, and because Ottomans have the Twin Minaret landmark, they actually use way less food. They also have the Vizier Point, it gives you food, it gives you sheep. So if we look at the minimap, Mista is just now going on the deer, right? And Vortex, the only food that he has accessible is on the left side. There's a berry patch he's probably not touched, and he's trying to wall off this top side so you can get some deer and trap the Sipahi. But Delhi will run out of food first. So usually, if this was some other civ maybe, Vortex would be pumping knights. He would go across the map. But if you look, he's only produced 1 extra knight since Mista left his base. So his unit production is almost just non-existent. And if you look at the income, it's very bad right now.
Yeah, his gold miners have been pushed away, so... And his food eco isn't spectacular either. In fact, it's very disappointing. Mista is going to find these exposed berry villagers as well. And Vortex, he is having an upper hand going into Castle Age, but Mista is doing a great job just denying resources and making it very difficult for Vortex to get those premium units out.
Yeah. So Vortex is running into some food problems. He definitely needs to secure the food. Like, he either needs to stand there with his whole army or maybe make some spearmen to alleviate these raids. But he is taking quite a bit of damage, and Mista is doing a very good job of delaying the counterattack with like castle upgrades and everything. He's super close to aging up. He is getting raided, but he's not taking too much damage considering how long Vortex has had knights. He's lost, I think, 3-4 workers just there. Oh, maybe more. But Mista did a very good job buying himself more time. And like I said, Vortex is struggling really, really bad. And he's getting raided at the berries once again.
Mista did buy a lot of time for himself. And now he's ready to go up to Castle Age. Gets a beautiful raid going. Vortex bleeding a lot of villagers now, having lost 12 in this game already. Village Fortresses getting close to completion, though. That could be his ticket back into this game at this point, because now Mista is going to be on the way to Castle Age himself.
Yeah, and he's gonna put himself in a pretty good spot. Like I said, this matchup always comes down to who runs out of food first. And he just went on those deer. He has 2 deer packs and another berry patch and twin minaret. And Vortex, once his food runs out, especially because he did take some villager losses, will struggle a little bit setting those up. And Mista just needs to, just age up, not take any severe damage right now, and just kind of, upgrade his units and continue pressuring these food sources.
Istanbul Observatory, or Istanbul Imperial Palace, actually, finishing just now for Mista. And he's got a healthy resource income, not as good as it is right now for Vortex, but he does have the military schools working for him as well. And once again, he gets a good raid going here. This berry patch has been so painful for Vortex to hold.
Yeah, and he's losing more and more villagers. Mista not targeting fire there, fighting against knights with the fortitude. So knights are doing like incredible amount of damage. And we see Mista as he's running, he's just trying to buy time for his upgrades to finish. And the Janissary production has started. And this is the point where I feel like if Vortex doesn't do quite a bit, the longer this goes, the Janissaries will come out, the Mangonel will come out, and the Knights and Archers are going to be quite easy to deal with. But Vortex is hitting a pretty good timing before the upgrades, and he's trying to trade as much as possible.
Yeah, Mista's numbers are disappearing over here. He doesn't really have a response to these Knights. Only a handful of Janissaries available. He's being pushed by the veteran archers. I don't think Mista has veterancy himself. Now that difference in tech is starting to show, and Mista gets pushed away from the gold mine. Uh-oh, he could be in trouble here. His army is disappearing.
Yeah, the Knights are getting in, and you can see the moment Vortex restarted his food count, there was just so many Knights all of a sudden. He went from like 3 Knights to 16 in a matter of like 1 minute, because he also had Scholar in every stable just producing. And that was the one timing that I think the Vortex had, because if Mista managed to get the Veteran Archer upgrade, he managed to get like 10 Janissaries, and one Mangonel comes out from or actually he went the other landmark, but if he produced one Mangonel even, that would have been really hard for Vortex to deal with, because he was on the timer with all the food running out.
Yeah, lovely way for Mista to get back into this game, at least for a brief moment, but ultimately Vortex secures this game. He had 3 sacred sites for quite some time in Feudal, beat his opponent to Cost Legend. You see, Mista really had to almost all in that fight that he took under the TC of Mista, or under the TC of Vortex, and after that, his army was just never the same.
Yeah, it was very back and forth. Like Mista, I think, did a very good job of being like, okay, I need to buy myself time. I'll do some raids, but I think he just didn't set himself up, I guess, back at home, because that counterattack did just so much damage that, again, if he survived for another minute, got a couple of his upgrades, got some Janissaries, he would have been in a really nice spot. But Vortex, attacked exactly when he needed to, and managed to get the win.
So Mista will take us to the map that we don't frequently see in tournaments. Tempe it is, Rus versus Abbasids. Now, given that this is not a map that we see frequently, I think this is where I have to channel your insight for this map. How do you feel about this map? What are the things that we need to pay attention to going into Tempe?
I think it's a pretty boomy map. Like it reminds me, I mean, it is kind of like Altai, right? But it reminds me quite a bit like Altai, but more open version. It's like a weird mix of like Lipany and Altai, where your base is kind of usually spawned pretty well. You got some easy walls happening, so it can be a very boomy map, but there's not a lot of resource in your immediate vicinity of your base, so you kind of need to go out for food. So you can play aggressive, but the one interesting thing about this map, unless they change it, this map has 4 boars. So playing Rus here, not only you get the boars and you get so much food, but you also get all that bounty that we all know and love. So I think for Vortex, it's going to be very easily to set up a couple of extra TCs. So I'm not too worried that he's going to take some severe damage, super early on. But there is a lot of strong timings. If you take like both boars and you're on deer, your food income is like through the roof, and you can just spam and produce quite a lot of units on it.
Abbasids, they will love having 4 boars on this map.
Yeah. I mean, if the game plays out a certain way, it's not only 2 boars on your side. You can actually go and take your opponent's boars. Sometimes the opponent's boars are pretty far away, and you can just build a wooden fortress and get those as well. Which again, it's a crazy amount of income, but this is a matchup that used to actually be very Rus favored back in the day, but we haven't seen a lot of Rus, except in this tournament. But in the previous tournaments, we haven't seen Rus in a while. And this is a matchup where Rus is better in feudal, if they decide to engage. But once Abbasid reaches castle, we'll have the Comsibo arrows on the archers that are just really, 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 really good. So that's where Rus will struggle.
Well, we have 1.5 minutes left to go until game number 3 here. Vortex with a 2-0 lead. He has had a great run in these recent tournaments as well. Previous round, he took out Divine. He actually won a very tough group as well. He was in the same group as I Am Magic, Numadon, and Flash. Was able to come away with a 3-0 setup, only having lost 2 games out of those best of 5s.
Yeah, and so far, Vortex doing pretty good. And coming into this one, I mean, even let's say Vortex does lose this game, right? He has 2 of his home maps. And this is, guys, sometimes in AV4, home map doesn't mean much, right? Like my home map is Dry Arabia, boo-hoo, right? It doesn't mean much. Everyone plays Dry Arabia. But these maps are very, very specific maps. And I know that Vortex has played a lot of Canal and Cavasan. I'm sure Mista has as well, but if you look for the past year, Vortex has way more experience. And I think those maps are much better for Vortex than they're for Mista. So even if Mista gets the win here, it's going to be very, very difficult for him, I think, to win the rest of the series.
Only 30 seconds left to go, and once we have this series conclude, whenever that may be, we will bring you the entire series, the final quarterfinals between B and Louis MT. A bit of a surprise name in the top 8, Louis MT making it there, but definitely not something that was fully unexpected, seeing how good he was recently.
Yeah, I mean, he did place top 8 in the previous tournament as well, and Louis is one of the players that improved quite a bit, and you can kind of see the practice and hard work paying off more and more, which is it's really nice. So it's exciting to see him, and excited to see how he's gonna perform against B.
In we go into game number 3. Mista with the Rus. Right now facing off against Vortex's match point, who has the Abbasids over here. On a map that we don't commonly see in tournaments, Tempe, you kind of highlighted this. We have 4 boards out there. It remains to be seen how many of those Mista will take.
And I gotta say already, that is disgusting boar plus deer right there. That should be illegal right there. I mean, if he puts a town center there, there's actually berries right there too. So he's gonna have deer, boar, berries, and right behind that, there's another deer pack. So that is a very, very nice spawn. On the other side, Vortex has his deer forward, and he has his berries forward. Wait, actually, where's Vortex's third berries? Is his third berries the one to the left?
Great question. Let's see.
Those kind of look like on Mista's side of the map. I think his is all the way to the left next to the trade, which is, I mean, I would say pretty unfortunate for him. So his only 3 food sources are all forward from his base. So I don't know what his game plan is. Obviously, trade is not going to be looking too hot. He is going economic wing, which is, I'm assuming, multiple town centers, but he's going to have to fight for the food sources.
Yeah, Mista is mining some stone, chopping some wood already. With the Golden Gate age up, I could see him buying some stone and just dropping an extra TC, or he might just, mine enough stone for a TC in itself. But having that wooden fortress right from the beginning means that you will have that wood income that you need for that extra TC early on.
Yeah, and there we see Golden Gate comes in, TC comes in. That is
what?
Why is he placing it there?
That is an awkward-looking town center.
Yeah, he can 100% put it between the deer there. And then the boar is also not in range, so I'm very surprised about that positioning.
I'm wondering if he scouted this entire part of the map, because it feels like he just dropped the TC where it felt okay-ish, but he definitely had this scouted. I'm so confused about this, Beastie.
Yeah, he's gonna have to build a hunting cabin, and also the boar will not be protected from. Oh, that scout is dead. Oh, maybe not.
Ripperino.
He's like, go home. It's okay. Now the funny part is the second deer pack for Vortex has a boar on it, so Mista could pull the boar and kind of. Oh, that's okay. A little donation of 5 sheep from Vortex to Mista. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And 4 TC for Vortex right now.
Oh, classic Abbasid gameplay over here. Mista stops at only 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the classic opposite. You go 2, I go 3 or 4. You go 3, I go 4 or 5. So it just kind of never ends. And I'm a little bit worried for Vortex. He might decide to go super early farms, but he didn't even place one of his town centers on the other wood line. He just kind of placed them all on the same wood line. And right now, if I'm Mista and I'm looking at this map, I would try to probably target that. But also, Vortex might decide to just rush castle. That's something we've seen from him playing English. So we'll see what he decides to go for.
Walls are coming up on the northern side for Mista. Kind of securing that large gold mine. He's also going to wall off the other side. Kind of wants to concentrate all the attention towards the middle. But I don't really see any signs of him trying to play into that old school full feudal age push up the roost that we've seen so many times back in the past.
Oh, there it is. He's launching them up. 2 knights are coming out. Archer range being built. Yeah, I thought he was going for castle because he had 600 food and like 300-400 gold, but he is getting all the eco upgrades and he's starting the knight production. And Vortex, once again, he's going for multiple town centers and looks like it's just going to be a straight up castle rush with no units. And the way he's setting up his TCs is going to make it very hard for Mista to do anything in this situation.
Especially because once you get Castle Age for Vortex, if he goes up with the military school, he is going to have 2 camel riders that can deal with initial knights. And critically, Vortex scouts the production buildings. He now knows what Mista is cooking up.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Mista's resources are climbing quite high. So he might be like feigning aggression where he's like, oh, look, I have production. I'm building an archer range. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. But it looks like it will be a fast castle just with a few units. He might be trying to fake out Vortex. He might be just trying to make a few units to put some pressure. But he is making, a lot of walls behind it. So it makes me wonder if he's going to try something crazy like Imperial Rush off of this. But it definitely doesn't seem like he is going to commit like you mentioned earlier. So
he's literally walling his entire base in. Not a single tiny gap left here. I mean, if you want to play aggressive, that's not what you usually do.
Yeah, and the funny part is, maybe he wanted to build a couple of units and force Vortex to build production, but Vortex literally built nothing. He's only building stuff now. He just rushed castle, so he is enjoying his Abbasid boom, and we already see barracks coming out. Some spearmen are coming out, so the Abbasid economy will be extremely strong. And if you look at the worker count, it's already looking pretty rough.
I love how Mista walled off most of those relics, though. Both relics on the flanks right next to the cliffs, those have been walled on Mista's side, so Mista should have no trouble getting at least 3 relics, perhaps 4. But as you said, Vortex is already pulling away with the economy otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. And another thing to note, by the way, Mista kind of stole one of the big goals. The 2 side goals, I mean, one is Vortex's and one is Mista's, right? And he walled off both of them. So if this game, turns out to be a long one, Vortex will be the one running out of gold first, assuming he doesn't, start the trade. And Mista's just going around, killing all the boar, getting that bounty above 500, and he's going to place a little tower maybe here for some vision. But yeah, that's going to be in range of that scout, so don't think that's going to be working.
Yeah, there's a knight here to push away the scout, though. That's the only scout Vortex has. This time around, he pulls it away, so he's going to live to see another day. Mista may have seen some of those spears, though. He might have seen that Vortex is very heavy on the spears.
I mean, Vortex just wants to make sure, you know, he doesn't take too much damage against all these knights, and we see stables as well. So Vortex is actually going for Spearman, Camel Rider, and Knights, which is a little bit surprising to me that, you know, he's not... I mean, that is kind of like a Vortex, you know, style to do, to just be very, very aggressive. But I'm very surprised not to see just masses and masses of archers, just like you would in, you know, normal Abyssal gameplay.
It's definitely surprising. It's not like there is... Oh, bit of a fight here. Camel Riders will push away the Knights here. One villager fell victim to them, but that's all that Mista could get out of this. It's not like Mista has a sizable army, though. He's got a handful of archers, a few crossbows. Neither of these players has a very convincing army, so to say.
And I actually wonder how much has Mista seen from the production of Vortex, because... yeah, I don't think he's actually scouted the mass stables at all, and you can kind of see Vortex keeping his army back, and I wonder if that's because he knows that Mista hasn't seen it yet. But this is one of those armies where if you haven't seen it, and we see Mista's producing archers, and he's producing crossbows, which is all fine, but this amount of just melee units and cavalry will completely overwhelm your army if you get caught.
For now, Vortex is just queuing up more spears. A handful of knights have been added as well. And he's going rams. Wants to go heavy on the infantry. He's getting boot camped now. On the other side, Mista's got a bit of everything, but most of his army is going to be just crossbows and knights. Neither of them are great against spears.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this amount of spears can kill his whole army, like, on its own. And then you had knights and you had camel riders as well. And Mista is committing to more knights, which I'm not sure how that's going to turn out. Not to mention, Mista does not have +1 range damage. He has +1 ranged armor, because I think he was expecting that he will be facing the archers.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have melee defense either. So those spears, they'll be functional against those crossbows. For now, walls are being held, though, and Vortex is just going to have to bail on this. He will likely try a new angle, as Mista now starts adding a lot of men-at-arms alongside the crossbows.
Yeah, I think I like that choice. At least I think he just recognized, like, oh, yeah, I should not be making knights into this. Because there's camel riders, there's knights, and there's spearmen. So what are you actually killing with those knights, right? Like, you're just getting countered from the get-go. So I like the switch into men-at-arms. I'm not sure if it's going to be on time, but I like that Mista is staying defensive behind walls. He is not trying to fight. He is not trying to go outside. And against this melee-heavy unit comps, there comes a time where you have like the critical amount of ranged units, and you actually are winning the fights all of a sudden. That Mangonel is not being built. It's just chilling for now.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what Vortex is doing over there. Ram is chilling, Mangonel now being built. Once the Mango comes out, this is going to be painful for Mista. He's got no Springolds, and right now the only thing that's separating him from being overrun by the spears is that layer of walls plus the villagers repairing them.
Yeah, and right now he's got 27 crossbows. That is a lot of crossbows. But I think, yeah, the most dangerous player right here in this whole army is that one Mangonel, because he does not have enough men-at-arms to dive it. Well, unless he runs it into knights, then that's pretty good. But yeah, I think he actually needs to make a Springald. This one Mangonel will cause more harm than I think all the spearmen combined, because those ranged units are going to be so susceptible to actually just getting completely destroyed with 1 or 2 shots.
Yeah, there goes the High Trade House. Next on the line is going to be the Town Center. Mista will soon have to fight this if he doesn't want to lose a significant portion of his base. But now Vortex is mixing in some horsemen as well. He's actually close to pop cap compared to Mista's 440 population. It's looking worse and worse here for Mista. He's still building knights into this, actually. He stopped producing men-at-arms. He's so heavy on the crossbows. Has the first Springald in queue, though.
Yeah, another Springold's coming out, so that's very nice for him. And funny thing is, Vortex cannot make a Springold now, so I guess that's one good thing. Vortex is also on the berries right in front of Mista's base. We already see that he, I think, got one of the... Oh no, that's the first berry patch. He's making a keep. He wants to secure the food. He did get all the food on his side of the map. He's transitioning to farms, but here we go with the engage.
Big fight unfolding over here. Spearman just committing against the TC here. Vortex does not care about the crossbows up until this moment. Big mangonel shots land on the top of the crossbows though, and this is just a flood of infantry. Not something that Mista has the composition to fight against. The Spearman with the phalanx just seem to overwhelm all these crossbows. Mangonel, as you said, it's doing so much work. And with the Springgold gone, but the Mangonel still intact, Mista seems like he's just got no tools to deal with this army.
Yeah, and you can see the 4 town center boom. It doesn't do anything until it does way too much, and he gets completely overwhelmed. And like I said, Vortex is already transitioned to farms. Meanwhile, Mista has, I think, 0 farms. So you can see his economy is running around. It's idle right now. The relics that he got are also now destroyed in the monastery. Oh, the mangonel shot is disgusting, and he's getting completely cleaned up.
GG is called here by Mista. Vortex, confident as ever. 3-0's Mista over here moves on to the semifinals. A very decisive series, Beastie, from Vortex. You really felt like it's not just the confidence, but he really was on point with everything that he did here.
Yeah, I mean, he played pretty well. Like I said, he played, I would say, pretty straightforward. He didn't do anything sneaky. He didn't reinvent anything. He just had solid builds, did 2 castle rushes with no units, very successful. That last game, 4 TC against 2. There was no pressure being put on by Mista. And, the moment Abbasid hits that stride in castle, it's very, very hard to stop them.
So, Vortex moves on to the semifinals. He will face off against Marine Lord next Saturday. We only have 1 spot remaining in the semifinals. Lucifron is awaiting his opponent. It is going to be either B or Louis MT. A player B, that is, that you expect to make it to top 4s or top 8s. Louis MT, though, definitely a rising star here. Best Chinese player in the game right now. What do you expect out of him going into this series?
So actually, before Call to Arms happened, Louis took a little bit of a break. He was busy IRL. He took a little bit of a break. So when we were getting closer to top 8, I didn't actually expect him to go through. Then when he made it through, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool for him. Like, Louis got top 8. He's a great player, but I was like, oh, maybe he wasn't practicing as much. And then when he played against Lucifer in top 8, he started leading 1-0, and then he had a very close second game where it could have been a 2-0. And I was like, okay, he's doing, really, really well, which I was very surprised. So I think sometimes people improve quite a bit when they take a break for whatever reason. Sometimes you got to take a break, clear your head a little bit, and come back fresh. And I think he's playing really well. I meet him on the ladder every so often, and I think he has a very good chance of beating B here, which I think in general I would call it an upset, right? But he, like I said, is improving, and I can definitely see him, if he continues practicing, to even be a top 4 player.
Ooh, that's a high praise from someone coming like you. So if you say, hey, this guy can be a top 4, that just tells a lot about this guy, right? And indeed, he's had some good runs. He 3-0'd Puppy Paw back in Call to Arms. Here he is. I think this is like the first major challenge ahead of him. He's facing off one of the best players in the game right now in single elimination. But it's definitely not someone that's a massive underdog in this matchup, as we will head to game number 1, which is going to be Tempe again. For the first time today, we will witness a mirror. It's going to be a ruse for both players.
Yeah, and actually, a fun thing about Louis, when this was a couple of months ago, maybe even longer, when the last time Basin was in map pool, so this had to be over 6 months ago, and I didn't quite know who Louis was, and I kind of wanted to practice a build with Abbasid. So I said, hey, do you wanna play some games? Because I met him on the ladder. I was like, oh, this guy's decent, let's ask him for some games. So he's like, sure. So I go in, and I thought that I just kind of wanted to optimize the build. So I kind of wanted to play against someone that I can beat, but still see how far I can push the build. So long story short, I lost 3-0, and I was like, I'm not sure if he is playing really well, like if he's actually really or much better than I thought, or the build doesn't work. And then I played against other players and I won, and I was like, oh, maybe he is a lot better than I thought. So that was kind of my first experience with Louis practicing in custom games. But that was with Rus, actually. So I found out that Rus is one of his main civs, and he is very, very good with Rus. And he is very good with any kind of feudal aggression. He's very good with micro. So I don't think he will be the kind of player who's, playing against B, who loves to play prolonged feudal games or just constant fighting, that Louis will necessarily fall apart. I think he can put up a fight and do pretty well. But also Rus is one of the favorite civs for B as well. So I think it's going to be a good one.
Looking at the draft here, B opts to go for Basin and Dry Arabia as his own home maps, Louis with Kavasan and Canal, so very different approach taken here by the players in terms of home map selections. B kind of opting to go for those classic, more open maps, especially Basin, a map that he loves to play on. And on the other side, Louis wants to go for these more specialized water hybrid maps, Canal and Kavasan. So you definitely feel like this is the mindset of Louis going into these games. He wants to probably secure these more specialized maps and then steal a game away from B in one of these more classic maps.
Yeah, it's always interesting, I think, to see what players pick and ban, because it says a lot about what they like or maybe what they're worried about. So, maybe Louis, there's always two sides of the coin, right? It's either the player is uncomfortable with playing the water maps or hybrid maps, so they don't pick them, and the player that picks them is like, yeah, these are good maps for me. Or maybe they're saying, I don't want to play this guy on standard maps. I got to try something new. And I think for both of these guys, it's probably just preference. Like B's like, yeah, I want to play open maps, and Louis like, I don't mind open maps, but I don't, let's pick some hybrids as well. It's also good that to mix up the maps. So if you're having a rough time against someone on open maps, maybe you can pick one of the, hybrid maps for you to try something or get a win there. So I think it's either way. I think we're going to have some good games.
Well, we have 5 minutes left to go here. The players have just launched the game, so we have a couple of moments to talk about the, standings that we have so far in this event. Let's take a quick look at the brackets, because I think this is a good moment to take a look at what we've seen yesterday in the round of 16th. Of course, what we've seen today as well in the quarterfinals, and what we expect to see going into the semifinals. So, Lucifron versus Anatan. Obviously, this contains some spoilers, but Lucy versus Anatan, confident as ever, was Lucifron. Marine Lord taking out Recon, and then we've just seen Vortex finishing off Mista here. What do you expect going into the semifinals here?
Between Lucifer and Marine Lord? Wait, who are
Yep.
actually... Yeah, they're... Oh no, Marine Lord will be playing the winner of this series, right?
Nope, Marine Lord is going to play Vortex, and it's Lucifron who plays B or
right.
LD.
Yeah, right. That's yeah. I think Marine Lord Vortex will be very interesting because in the standard tournaments, Vortex is more of a feudal player, right? Like he's very committed, but we've seen Vortex here kind of do more of the macro builds, right? He's doing the triple T season to castle, and then he's being very aggressive there. So I think Marine Lord can also do the same thing, but I think it will still be, how we just saw in the last game, Mista versus Vortex, where Mista was kind of like, yeah, I'll rush castle too, but I'm more passive. I think that's what Marine Lord's approach will be, but maybe have some of the more solid builds. And I think on the other side, Vortex will play his very aggressive style. Honestly, regarding who will win, I mean, both players won, I would say, pretty dominantly. So I think it's going to be maybe like the first test for both of them in Empires or Empire Wars, right? So I'm not actually sure who the favorite is. I think the obvious one, if you want to go by tournament results, is obviously Marine Lord, but I think that will be a close one, with Vortex being a little bit more aggro.
Yeah, Marine Lord is yet to drop a game in the tournament, so we'll have to see if that streak snaps going into the semifinals. That, of course, will be next weekend, next Saturday. Make sure you double check the times because of the daylight savings. Obviously, times may vary depending on what time zone you are or where you have your daylight savings. If you even have that, I know for a fact that that's always a confusion for production, so I assume it's always an issue for viewers as well.
Yeah, I almost missed today's cast because I forgot that the times has changed in Europe. So I was, it was like 6:10, and I was like, Recon told me second series was over, and I was like, how? It's 6:10. Like, what happened? Did the first series go for like 15 minutes? And I was very confused. So I sat down and then I looked at Discord, and I was like, oh right, it started at 4. That's why it ended so fast. So time
You
changes hard.
weren't the only one almost missing the broadcast, so don't
Mm-hmm.
be worried about that.
Yeah. It is what it is. It happens.
All right, Louis MT versus B. Not a matchup that we commonly see, that is for sure. Partly because Louis MT only started emerging very recently. These guys have played against each other just 3 times in their career, all of them being this year. B leads 3-0, but I think that doesn't tell the whole story. The game differential is 7-3, so even back in April or March, when these two have met, Louis was able to take away games from B.
Yeah, I mean, to a lot of people, I would say that's probably surprising, because I think viewers watching this might expect, they played 5 times and B won 5 times, right? But like I said, Louis has been doing well for a while, and I think that the longer time passes, I think he might be doing better and better. And I'm actually really excited to see how he'll do, and I hope he does well and kind of breaks into that for sure. Top, whatever 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it.
All right. I think, given that we have just a handful of seconds left to go, what do you think? Who is going to take this set? Is that going to be B just maintaining his shape going into the semifinals, or are we going to see an upset over here with Louis MT going into the semis?
I'll call it, I think 3-2. I think either player can win, but I'll go against the grain, against the obvious choice, and I'll say 3-2 for Louis. But I think it's going to be close games. Hope so, at least.
Well, we just have seconds left to go before we head into Tempe. Rus versus Rus. We've seen the Rus lose out in the previous game. This one, we will definitely have one of the Rus players winning. It is Louis MT versus B, seed number 6 versus seed number 3. The winner of this set is pretty much guaranteed a ticket into the EGC finals as well later this year, as we head into Tempe with B playing as the Orange and Louis playing as the Rus.
Now the question on everyone's mind is, how much bounty are they going to get? That's what I want to know. Who will get more? And also, are they going to potentially rush a knight just so they can go around and kill boars? And it might sound funny, but having 4 boars in the map, you can get 300 gold just for killing them, which is quite a bit. And if you do some micro, having 1 or 2 knights can help you secure that pretty easily. And we do see double Golden Gate coming out.
Indeed, double Golden Gate on the way. B opts to go for Stone. We've seen that in the previous set from Mista. No stone being mined so far by Louis, but he's shifting villagers towards that as well. Now, looking at this map, how do we feel about the boars, Beastie? One thing that I'm noticing is that we have this lovely spot to the north of B's base where you have a lot of deer carcasses plus a boar as well. You don't really find any of that for Louis.
Yeah, so B has that spawn where you can put 1 TC and kind of secure double deer and boar, which is pretty disgusting spawn. But on the other side, B's second boar is actually the one on the middle of the map. So, it's kind of like a trade-off. I think in every map you got to find that kind of middle ground. So B will have a lot safer first down center, but if he does want to get that second boar, I mean, it's basically at Louis' deer, right? At Louis' first deer pack. So that's something that's going to be pretty hard for him to secure unless he has like a full map control.
That's a great point. There is a very safe boar for Louis to take to the north, and it looks like B was just super heavy on the stone here. He is going to buy the final bit of stone he needs for that town center with the Golden Gate. And on the other side, looks like Louis might just mine the whole thing.
Yeah, Louis, I think, is going for double TC. And I mean, you can see he has 850 wood, and I kind of like that, right? He's scouting, right? But you're also expecting your opponent to go for 2 TC, so why not just, especially with this amount of workers in economy, why not just go for double immediately? One-upping your opponent with a town center puts them in an uncomfortable position where they have to do something. And I actually love this first TC because he will go for the boar. And again, guys, this boar is not Louis' boar. This is B's boar, which is 2,000 more food on Louis' side of the map. But not only that, it's the gathering speed that's very good and very strong. So I think he's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, he certainly will. And you see, he's got enough resources for a third town center.
B is about to be spicy on the middle, I think. Louis needs to pull that boar immediately because I think that's where B's workers are going. Yep.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think he spotted the TC through the stealth forest. It's a little difficult to see, and indeed, he's pulling this all the way out. This is just so bad for Louis now. He's going to lose out on this boar. And indeed, he's going to just take it out here. It's going to be impossible for Louis to take this boar now.
Yeah, I mean, a good reaction from B. Obviously, like recognizing, obviously that's why he's going for TC there, right? He wanted to take the boar. So recognizing that immediately pulls the boar, denies it, gets it for himself. And, you might think like, oh, that's kind of exposed because it's on the middle of the map. But at this point, no one has any units. And even if Louis makes some units, by the time he actually has enough to do anything, that boar will be pretty much depleted. So, it's not that big of an issue. And now we see B, who I am not sure if he scouted that Louis is on double TC, because the way that B's positioning his knight, you would usually he has no idea actually. He's about to see that stone being mined quite a bit. So he just found out there's a second town center that was built already, or third, I guess. So he will try to find where it is. And it looks like he's moving to that boar in the back, but the TC is not there. It's actually on the deer pack.
Yeah, it could be painful for Louis to have those boars on both sides killed. He definitely wants that boar in the future, at least to the south. And, oh, look at this. Never mind, there's something cheeky coming up here. B is going to wall off that little passage between the cliff and the edge of the map with double layers. And that would make it so much more difficult for Louis to access not only this boar, but a lot of valuable gold and stone.
Yeah, and this is what you get when, you have less TCs, but more map control. You can do stuff like this, and compared to standard AoE, this is not that big of an investment. Usually it's like, oh, you can't spend that much wood on that, like, double walling like that super early, but because you have so much income here, that is completely okay to do. And Louis just lost one of the scouts, and I don't think he will ever even notice the fact that he is being walled on the left side.
And he's just busy dealing with these knights here, and he's got no scouts spotting that walling attempt to the left. Louis also feels like he's a little paranoid in many ways, dropping a wooden fortress on the gold mine. He did that with the front DC as well. Definitely feels like he's a little afraid of a push here from B.
Yeah, definitely committing quite a bit. He only has 5 spears, 7 more in production. But B is already aging up, and that opens you up to having all relics taken from the map. So that's something Louis is going to need to be kind of worried about a little bit. That high trade house, not too juicy, but it will provide some free gold.
It's also going to be safe close to that town center, at least for the time being. And of course, he doesn't have to run a lot to get there. Boar, joining the fun over here, has to be cautious about these villagers. Some of them are heavily damaged, but looks like he is going to be able to take down the boar without losing wills.
Yeah, and the wall's complete on this side. Again, Louis has no idea about this. So this is not something he will notice even for the next maybe 10 minutes.
His vill is trapped. He actually trapped his vill.
Yeah, he's gonna need to build a gate or just let him sit there. So the boar does go down, and B did take this one, which probably puts him at more bounty at this point, because I think he killed 3 boars total. But yeah, Louis is looking to age up as well slowly. Let's check that bounty. Oof, that's pretty. That is not. Oh my god. Okay, that is not good. He is about to be on 500, and Louis doesn't have tier 2.
That is a very big differential, and there's a final board to the north that B could still take. Louis doesn't really have a good access to it, He only has Spearman as well. As you said, B could be at tier 3, and Louis could be stuck at tier 1. That's as bad as it gets for a Roost Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, B is about to get tier 3 because he just killed a deer, right? So he should be at tier 3 now, which is quite a big difference in terms of gathering. Luckily for Louis, at least he has triple town center, so he will have more villagers, but he will most likely be losing at least, I would say, 3 out of the 5 relics. That's kind of, the minimum that B should go for, but it might even be 4 relics versus 1.
It seems likely that B is going to grab 4 here. You see, he's heading to the southern relic, probably the one that's most exposed, even willing to take a fight against the Spearman with the Knights just to make sure that the Warrior Monk arrives intact. It's not like this is a bad fight by any means. In fact, he's got the numbers advantage with the Knights. But just goes to show how significant that relic is for him. Pushes his opponent all the way back into his base, actually.
Yeah, these Knights are doing a lot of work. I mean, he's causing a lot of idle time. He's actually killing some spears as well. The scouts are going to go down. Oh, it's fine. He's got another one. And he takes the relic on Louis' side first, so it looks like it's going to be 4 versus 1 relics at least, which is... Oh, he might actually go for all 5. Is he
he's going to try and yoink this.
Firing it. Yeah, he is target firing it, so that will not be working out for him, but good attempt. And he's actually losing a lot of Knights here. I'm not sure about this trade. He is killing spears, but so many Knights are going down.
B, he may have overstayed his welcome there. Losing a lot of these precious Knights here and not even securing the relics. He does pick off a couple of villagers over here. So there is at least some value, but those are pricey Knights that he lost in here.
Yeah, now we see Louis is also making Knights, he's also making Spearmen, and this looks like it's going to be the good old Spearman Knight versus Archer Knight combo. Except we see that B already is going for that Veteran Archer, but has no Blacksmith upgrades.
Blacksmith upgrades are lacking very badly, but he's only behind by 7 villagers, and he is bringing in relic number 4. Plus, of course, he does have a massive bounty advantage as well. Louis going for Springald and placements. He's playing a very defensive game here.
Yeah, he might be feeling like, oh, I'm on triple TC, I just gotta hold and delay this, but the game is not looking good for him at all right now. He's getting a lot of upgrades, like you said, he's getting Springald in placements as well, but I just feel like he is slowly losing out on the game by losing the map control.
Skirmishes happening over here. Archer's doing a great job against those spears. Really advantageous fights here for B. If it wasn't for those Knights having been picked off by the town center previously, I feel like the value destroyed would be so much more in his favor.
Yeah, and B is just being super, super aggressive. You can kind of see the food is running out slowly for Louis, by the way. And we actually see double berry patch north of Louis' base, and I think either both or one of those is actually Louis, so he kind of had food spawning across the mountain in this one. Kind of like Vortex, actually.
Villagers have to flee here to the north. Luckily for Louis, this wasn't found by B just yet, but he's still taking fights under this town center. Warrior Monks now joining just to do some combat healing. Oh, these villagers, they're just so vulnerable right now. He's very close to intercepting them.
Yeah, and this looks really, really rough for Louis right now. I mean, even that triple TC, only 10 villagers ahead at this point. And not to mention, he is down, soon to be 5 relics. Or sorry, no, Louis managed to secure 1, but he's going to be down 4 relics, sacred sites, and just full map control.
Yeah, momentum heavily in the favor of B now, 38 army against 12, and Louis is just trickling in reinforcements. Those individual units are getting picked off one by one, whereas B, he's barely losing anything in these engagements, and here come the reinforcements. Things will just go from bad to worse here for Louis, as he's about to lose out on this position, and with that, probably lose out on a lot of villagers here as well.
Yeah, not looking good at all. B actually has no +1 ranged upgrade, but Louis does not have +2 ranged armor either, so a little bit of a trade there, I guess. But yeah, Louis is gonna definitely lose his town center. He will definitely be losing the high trade house, and You know, if he had like a couple of mangonos or something, and you know, maybe he can go back and hold on, that would be pretty good for him. He's gonna try to do some reinforcement harassment kind of damage. More workers are gonna fall here, and this is kind of going from bad to worse.
It's just getting very grim for Louis. He is going to lose all the villager lead that he has had. He's down by 3 relics, and I think he's running low on gold inside his base, with essentially all available front gold mines being on the front or walled away from him.
Yeah, that is actually true. And I don't know if he's yet realized that he's about to have this problem, because this gold is about to run out. And yeah, like you said, his second and third gold are the ones on the middle of the map. And then the back golds. Wait, how did he even get there? Did he run all the way? Oh, look at where he he tried to wall up here. He had no idea. Oh no.
Both players were distracted taking those fights, and both just went for a wooden fortress right next to each other, it seems.
Yeah, and that's probably a surprise for Louis, because you can see he had no idea. He walled off on the top side, and this army is just, I think, way too big.
Yeah, white numbers looking a lot better over here, 23 against 13, and Louis will just tap out of this one. Be confident in this game, beats his opponent to Castle Age, secures the relics, and then just plays off the back of that momentum. But to be honest, we cannot ignore the big differential in the bounty between these two players.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I think it was. If it was tier 2 versus tier 3, I think it's all right. Like that sometimes happens. Obviously, this map has 4 boars. But tier 1 against tier 3, especially that early in the game, right? Like it wasn't like this was Imperial and it was tier 2 versus tier 1. This was like very early on. And the gathering speeds are quite severe, especially with that amount of workers. But Louis did manage, or did, you know, take a lot of damage early on. The Spearman kind of not working out. And the funny part is we saw him actually open with stables, and he canceled, I think, when he realized my opponent is on 2TC, and he tried to go into Spearman, but just didn't really work out.
Game number 1 falling into the hands of B over here. Let's take a look at what Louis MT selects as his first map selection going into game number 2. It will be one of his own home maps. We will be heading into Canal. For a second straight mirror, it is going to be the Delhi this time around.
All right, the Delhi's coming out. A bit surprising that not that Delhi is coming out necessarily, but that both players are deciding to go for Delhi on this map. I've actually seen Louis play Delhi on this map a lot, even in Call to Arms, when everyone was playing like English or HRE, maybe Ottoman. He still loved playing Delhi, and he actually said had success playing Delhi on this map, which I guess he's just kind of continuing that over. I am not sure if I've seen B play Delhi on Canal, but it's one of those civs that it's. Oh, actually, I did. Never mind. But it's one of those civs that it's definitely possible. You can get, you know, a lot of income, a lot of food income early on. And with Delhi, to be fair, you kind of need the food income the most, because all the gold you get usually from sacred sites early on, so it kind of works in that way. And you can also attack with Delhi fishing ships, which I'm not sure if it's gonna come into play, but sometimes you have these awkward games where players are building docks on the enemy side and building fishing ships to attack the fishes, stuff like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, we don't have a countdown on this game just yet, but again, this is a mirror matchup. First one was won by B. What do you think? Which of these two players would be favored by a mirror matchup?
I mean, based on the previous game, I would definitely give it to B, because that was pretty one-sided. It's hard to say what went wrong from like Louis' point of view. Like for my, you know, we can see what went wrong, but I'm not sure if that was like his plan or he messed something up. But like I said, so far I would probably say, you know, it's favored for B. But Louis, like I said, did play Delhi a lot on Canal, and even though that wasn't in Empire Wars, that will help him, you know, to just play the Civ and have more experience with it on this map. And this is his home map, right? So this is something that he's probably practiced the most with, maybe feels the most comfortable. But this is also one of those maps where it can get pretty wild, any hybrid map. So maybe B has something to show to Louis right here.
Well, we have 4 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Let's take a look at what Twitch chat thinks about the possible outcome of this game. Because guess what? Betting is open with your channel points. Looks like we have an overwhelming amount of people thinking that B is going to win this. You know, you wonder where that comes from, but as you said, B took down his opponent on the previous map as well. Tempe, that is, in a mirror matchup. We have a mirror again. And I feel like, especially for Louis, it's not just about the issue having mirrors played and not being able to use a Civ advantage in any of these games, but it's also the fact that I think his playstyle would revolve around some cheeky stuff every once in a while, and B is just so good at countering those, him also being a player that likes to do some crazy things.
Yeah, I mean, B, obviously one of his style with Delhi is to go dome into a lot of scholars. Now that is possible on a hybrid map as well, but I would say probably to a lesser extent because you have way more food here to work with. So you can potentially even like skip the feudal battles and go straight to castle. Whereas healing in general is a lot better with smaller amount of units, but obviously the more scholars you get, that kind of increases exponentially. So I would assume B is probably going to go for Dome of Faith. I don't see, if he goes Dome of Faith on land maps every game, I don't see why you wouldn't do it here, because I think Dome of Faith in general is probably better on water maps. On the other side, I think Louis will probably do the same. So I think we're going to have double Dome of Faith.
Double Dome of Faith, it could be. We've seen Dome of Faith in one of the previous sets that we've seen on this map. I think that was Delhi against Mongols, though. This time around, you have 2 Delhi players, so there's going to be a big race coming in for those sacred sites.
Yeah, we'll kind of see if both players will say, you know what, you take 2, I take 2, or is one of them going to heavily contest the opponent's sacred sites? Because there's one sacred site in each, like kind of like in front of each player's base, I guess, which is theirs. But then the corner ones are not really split, right? So one player might opt to try to wall off both sacred sites and then get 3 versus 1, which, breaking the walls is not hard, but it just takes a lot of time. And if you take your army to break a wall, then the opponent can just attack your base and just kill a bunch of villagers, right? So we might see something like that. We might see the players opting for just, I'll take 2, you take 2. The one thing I'm kind of curious if they're actually going to commit on water is number one, like heavily into trying to take the opponent's side, or if they're going to just fight in feudal or maybe do water into castle rushes. So that's kind of up to them. We might see some towers happening on water. Who knows? These guys are wild.
Well, we just have a minute left to go here. B with a 1-0 lead right now compared to Louis MT. The winner of this series will face off against the Lucifron. So I think this might be a good time to take a look at the history of Lucifron against either of these players. Lucifron, he has played numerous times against B. B usually having the upper hand. B was taken down by Lucifron previously in Golden League 2. But before that, most of the series went in the favor of B. He leads 5-3 when it comes to sets, but more importantly, 12-5 in terms of games.
Yeah, and I think Lucifron right now is in a really, really good shape. Obviously, he won the last tournament, so he just continued that. He's going strong. So I think whoever he faces, in my opinion, is probably going to be the favorite, even though B has a winning record against him. But I think that's going to be a very good match.
Yeah, and if you look at Louis MT, they have played twice in 2023, Louis MT and Lucifron. Both of them were won by Lucifron, but interestingly, there was a time back in the past where Louis took out Lucifron. That was one of the Red Bull Vololo for a Road to Red Bull Vololo legacy events. That time, Louis MT took out Lucifron 2-1. Remains to be seen which of these two players will make it to the semifinals to face off against Lucy, as we will head to game number 2 to see Canal with a Daily Mirror.
And here we go. Double villagers already from Louis and double villager from B. So we'll see if they decide to go for barracks and they decide to be super cheeky, or they just decide to go for dock, maybe wall their side. There's also, like I said, possibility of placing the dock on the enemy side and kind of starting the war there and not on your side of the water. We'll see what each one of them decide to go for, and there we see double dome coming up.
Double dome that is indeed. Villagers moving out to the middle from Louis MT will be scouted immediately by B. He's got his own villagers approaching though. 2v2, and looks like we'll once again have this setup where the two players are just kind of blocking this river by having those two docks placed right next to each other.
Yeah, and both B scouts are here, and this is what I was talking about. There's a lot of things that can, yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen on this map, and this is already kind of being pretty wild. And I think Louis will not even be able to get the dock up right now. That villager is stuck in the sheep over there. Oh my god, it can't move anywhere. I don't know if he's going to even attempt to build a dock or is he just fighting that villager, but that dock looks like it's going up.
Yeah, that one is going to be finished by B. The other one from Louis MT has been stopped. In fact, he also lost a villager as it was heading back home. -1 villager right at the beginning, the dock incomplete. That is looking very disappointing so far for Louis.
Yeah, not a great start. He lost a villager. He might lose another one here. That villager is 100% going down because I think those scouts are just going to kill it. And that's a -2 start right there for him. Now he will be building this dock, but yeah, like I said, it's looking pretty rough already.
Yeah, B might lose a villager of his own as well as he's heading back home. Fishing boat will not really interfere with things, but instead there is already a bug lock queued up for B. Before Louis MT even finishes the dock, second villager will be taken down here by B. He's yet to lose the one that he was fleeing with. There it goes.
Yep. Barely. He almost made it, but not quite. We see more villagers are being pulled. Bagla is shooting at Louis' villagers, and that's going to be third villager. That's going to be a third villager going down, and that's a rough one. I mean, it's just the game hasn't even kind of started, and there's already 2 villager difference is never a good thing. And B will also have double dock actually, so he will be fighting on water, and Louis is definitely already behind.
Yeah, it's actually more than 2 villagers. You see, there was a fishing boat as well coming out from B, and you see about 4 villagers of differential in the eco count right now. So, as you said, it started out as 2 beautiful demo ship though, and with that, suddenly there is some momentum for Louis on the water.
I'm very surprised that B decided to go for the archer ship second, because yeah, I mean, maybe he wanted to prevent, you know, the demo ship from hitting his Hulk, or Springle ship, but not quite. And we see 3 scholars are now coming out. The Sanctity is not yet done, so these guys might just be... I'm not sure what they're doing, actually.
Me neither, but there's a Gauzy Raider out there harassing them.
Yeah, a bit... Yeah, I'm not... Oh, maybe he wants to put them in the docks. Right.
Well, that's a cheeky idea.
Yeah, he still gets the research time reduced, right? But only the ships are also being produced faster, so that's going to be pretty good value. And then now there's 2 fighting ships versus 0. So this probably means that Louis, I would say he has to forfeit. He doesn't know if demo ship will come out of this, which most likely it will. So he's already fighting a losing battle on water, and I think he has to kind of try to figure out something else.
Oh yeah, there is arrow slits, and you will have another demo coming out that should damage that dock, setting it on fire, and then essentially Louis would be pushed off the water. You see now he's focusing on land, making spears, making some Gauzy Raiders. On the other side, Gauzy Raiders are also being mixed in by B though.
Yeah, and the demo ship comes out, doesn't even kill that Bagla, so... Triple Sacreds are coming in for Louis. Now, are those spearmen moving to the corners? Can we check those? There's some blue units moving. Yeah, so he's going to try to wall off both corners, which is kind of what I mentioned earlier. Now, if he gets that, he's not going to be... Oh, what is happening here? Where are those villagers going? Oh, I think... Did he A-move the villagers to... And they're trying to chase that Gauzy Raider?
Perhaps. Feels like a misclick out there. On the other side, there was a Scholar that went down. It was heavily damaged by the Wolf on the Sacred side, and then the Ghazi Raider just finished it off. Both players losing some units that move around the map right now.
Yeah, those villagers had shivs out, and now they're going to try to return, but there's going to be 2 villagers going down, equalizing the worker count. So that's pretty good for Louis. And if he manages to get these 3 sacred sites, he's not going to be necessarily in a good position because B will have water, but you know, it's kind of like getting the best out of the really bad situation. So there's at least that going for him, and maybe if he commits fully to land because B has to produce fishing ships, maybe he can try to push his advantage there.
Yeah. You can even see how he's just using tiny walls to wall in the sacred sites. He doesn't commit to the full walls that would kind of just surround this entire cliff, including the neutral market. But he is going to be on 3 sacred sites at the very least. On the other hand, B does have the fishing, but he doesn't really have a response to mass spearmen right now. He's just making his own.
Yeah, and I mean, Louis has, you know, current advantage on land because of those spearmen, like you mentioned. He has 13, so even if they're just fighting spearmen versus spearmen and Ghazis, obviously spearmen are going to have the edge there. He is walling off the bottom side. He is walling off the top side. And one thing to mention, B has not captured his sacred site. So this is not 3 versus 1. It's a 3 versus 0. Or sorry, 2 versus 0, but soon it's going to be 3. So I would say economy is probably somewhat equal right now just because of the sacred sites. Because B is actually mining gold and Louis is not. So Louis has more workers on food and wood.
Yeah, it's interesting how B is almost bailing on all of these sacred sites, at least for the time being. Now he is going heavy into Ghazi Raiders and Spearmen himself. He's up to 10 Scholars, and we know that that he loves to use them for combat healing. Remains to be seen if he's going to try that, but finally he breaks out of this stranglehold, and Louis hasn't yet captured a 3rd sacred site to the north, so he isn't getting as much gold as he could have had.
Yeah, and we do see B capturing his first, which is very nice for him. Also, Louis is going into archers, by the way, and we see no archers from B. And that might be problematic because I am not sure if he's actually scouted it. Like, if they end up fighting, Spearman Archer will completely demolish, like, Spearman plus Ghazi Raider kind of unit comp. And B is also not really producing too many units. Like, we see 2 Spearmen in queue, no Ghazi Raiders. He doesn't have any archers anywhere near in production. So he might get caught off guard right here with just mass amount of army coming out from Louis.
Yeah, this Bugla is coming in clutch here, spotting the archers advancing, not just 1 or 2 archers, but quite a few of them. Now B knows fully well that there is a group of archers coming his way, and his eco is now a lot better, at least when it comes to the nominal villager count. He's just been booming behind this, but he's yet to answer those archers.
Yeah, and I don't know if Louis A moved there, and that's why the units are fighting, but he's trying to kind of take down this dock. Maybe even researching siege engineering and just building a ram would be a good idea here, because his land army is stronger, but just letting this fish economy go on is going to be really rough. That's 16 fishing ships on the water, which is just so much eco.
Yeah, and once this gate gets taken down, B is going to decap one of those sacred sites, might even grab it for himself. Whoop! What is he up to?
Maybe not.
Oh, he's gonna try and wall this first. Wait, no, what's the plan here?
He might have just moved command and all his units right there. Or something happened, because the Scholar is also leaving, right? So I think that's probably a little bit of a misclick. He's actually walling off the bottom side, but it's not even his yet. And these archers are going to be able to contest these ships, and now this is a point where, as B, you either have to bring in your land army and fight, or you have to build more fighting ships to try to fight this. And so far he's doing a good job repairing, but that ship will be going down. I'd love if Louis brought his Scholars to actually heal this, because he's got 8 of them and they're not doing anything right now.
Yeah, this is dangerous for Louis, though. Like, he didn't manage to sink all but one of the ships. And to be honest, he has taken a lot of damage on an army. He needs to be cautious engaging those ships because B did a great job healing them.
Yeah, not much lost, and like you said, not only Louis lost a few units, but he also got damage on quite a few of those. So, You gotta be careful, but I think for Louis, like, he has to do something, right? Because this fishing eco is not like few fishing boats. This is 20 right now. So he needs to either push into the 3D base right now, or he has to kill the water. And that can be achieved by either building, rams and destroying the docks, or just committing to something. Because the longer this game goes, the food economy for Louis is going to get worse.
Side note worth adding is that Louis stopped researching blacksmith upgrades after the initial 2. B already has all 4 of them.
Yeah, that is definitely a misclick. Or I guess he did not click at all. It's the opposite of misclick. He did not click. So yeah, that's pretty rough for him. Luckily, melee upgrades, not the biggest deal, but obviously every single upgrade counts. So that might cost him in this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, B now sitting on a sacred site on his own against 3 from a Louis MT. B does have the population lead by a solid 20. This is a good raid from Louis, though not many Ghazi Raiders out here for B. It looks like Louis isn't going to engage. It's actually just 2 Ghazi Raiders and 2 scouts, from B at least.
Yeah, and Louis is gonna try to attempt to snipe some fishing ships over here, maybe. And those fishing ships can fire back. Now, they don't do a lot of damage, but, there's about 10, 12 of them, so they will contribute to this fight a little bit. And those deli fishing ships, by the way, they got more health, so they're a lot harder to kill than normal fishing ships.
In comes the Bugla as well, trying to equal this out. And I don't know about you, Beastie, but I feel like this is a little wasteful here for Louis. He hasn't accomplished much with this army, but he's kind of getting picked apart, just running into a trap with these archers setting up for B. And suddenly this army is getting close to being cleaned up.
Yeah, and one thing I'm a bit surprised from both sides, the scholars are not getting pulled at all. B is up to 15 scholars, but I'm not even sure where they are at, because that is like a massive amount of scholars to be just chilling somewhere. And I think it's definitely time for both of them to just pull the scholars and kind of just go for it.
Yeah, B almost has double the army now. Some of that, of course, are combat ships, but we're looking at 18 archers for him as compared to 24 from Louis. But he also has 13 Ghazi Raiders against 6.
Yeah, this feels like Louis, and the GG gets called. This feels like Louis genuinely just did not maybe know what to do and where to go after the opening. I don't know if he had that happen to him before in like a Delhi mirror, because again, Delhi's not the most popular civ here, but it is played. But that was a situation where, you didn't get to build your dock, and then the opponent aged up first, the Bagla came out, he lost the fishing, and you could kind of see him go back and forth and not really do any decisive moves. Like I said, maybe if he went for siege engineering, build rams. Like if you destroy the docks, you don't have to kill the fishing ships. If they don't have a dock, they can't really fish. But he kind of just moved around, tried to do some harassment, which didn't end up doing too much, and in the end, not managing to kill the water eco.
Now B is up 2-0 here, 1 game away from securing his spot in the semifinals. It definitely doesn't seem like these mirror matchups suit Louis over here, so remains to be seen what the Civ matchup is going into game number 3. And it looks like for the first time we will have a non-mirror matchup. Kabasan it is, the last home map for Louis MT. Even if he wins this game, he's going to have to play 2 consecutive games on the opponent's home maps. Chinese versus Abbasids, though, the highest win rate civilization in the tournament in the hands of Louis.
Yeah, and to answer your question from earlier, Beast seems definitely favored in the mirror matches. So, this is his home map. This is not a mirror match. So if there's any map that Louis should quote unquote take this, it's probably this one. And considering this is a very good civ of his, I think he has a pretty good shot. He will be going against Abbasid, which is a very popular civ in Empire Wars. I feel like pretty much everyone is playing it, just like in regular mode. People are playing Abbasid. It's a very standard civ. So we'll see what Louis can do in this one. And if he manages to this one, like I said, it doesn't mean that, the other maps, Dry Arabian Basin, are just losses because they're not his home maps. He's probably very familiar with both of those maps. So I think that's more of an probably even playing field in terms of practice and how familiar players are with those maps.
So, Kawasan it is. We've seen Abbasids being played on this map before, not so much for Chinese. At least not today. Now, one of the issues for Abbasids on this map is that once they commit a lot to water, if they get beaten to Castle Age, that could be nasty. And I feel like that could be an intriguing way for Louis to play this. If he tries to play a fast castle here with palace guards, that could be difficult for B to defend, I feel.
Yeah, so China can do, a couple of different things. Obviously, they should have faster age up, not only because, Abbasid cannot speed up their age up, but also China builds faster, so he can actually age up to feudal a lot quicker, maybe do something with that on water. But also, like you said, if they both take each pond and they're just kind of chilling, or they both have water eco, it's very easy for China to just boom up to castle and just spam palace guards forever. Maybe get arrow slits on the docks or something like that, and just kind of ignore water and continue from there. There's also been, and Louis is one of the players that sometimes opens up with barracks with Chinese in starter maps, and this is something that's been very popular in Empire Wars, where even on Dry Arabia, we've seen people open up barracks and then just use supervise to get the spearmen out super quickly. So it's one of those where I think B has a more standard approach to this, which is, get a couple of docks, maybe get arrow slits. It's very easy for Abbasid to get arrow slits because their docks are cheaper, their workers are not building landmarks. And then from then on, Abbasid can, go multiple TCs. They can also go culture wing, to be fair, and maybe into military wing. But I do think that Louis is going to be in charge, as in what he's going to do and what B is going to react to.
Well, we have 2 minutes left to go. We've talked about the matchups coming up for this weekend. Well, no more matchups for this weekend. This is the final quarterfinals. But next weekend, of course, we'll have the semifinals on Saturday. And then Sunday, we will have the grand finals preceded by the third place match. That's, of course, not the last EGC event of the year. We have the big finale of the fall season coming up with the new DLC civilizations, all the elite players. How do you feel about that? I think this might be a good time to have a bit of an insight from a player perspective on that.
I mean, I'm super excited for it. I think the new civs are very fun to play. I think they're very, very unique. And, obviously last year we had Malians and Ottomans coming in, and, people were like, oh, are people going to play Malians? Are people going to play Ottomans? And we actually saw quite a bit of Ottoman, not so much Malian. But I do think that this time around, because we also have variant civs that are a little bit, like their original civs, I think we will see more of the new civs in the new tournament, which is something I'm very excited about. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting play styles. I think people are going to have unique styles. The options for landmarks and play styles are very unique. So I'm kind of excited to see everyone kind of bringing their own thing to the tournament and see who figures out the civs the most and the best, I guess.
All right, but before that, we have a lot more to get through. Empires at War, last quarterfinals, 2-0 lead for B. He has been clean in this tournament. In fact, when you look at the win-loss ratio that he has had, he's third in the entire tournament with 12 wins and 3 losses. And that was actually before the start of this series. He would be 14-3 right now. Behind the big two, Lucifer and Marine Lord, who hasn't yet dropped the game, he's the third, I guess, most successful player in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that was the top 4, right? I mean, yeah, B was top 4, Marine Lord, Lucifer, so those guys, definitely kind of the first people who you expect, I think, to do well in this tournament. And so far, even though it's a different game mode, they're still showing up. They're still dominating. So it kind of gets exciting when, eventually these players, end up meeting each other to see who's going to actually lose the first game.
Yeah, it is B with the Abbasid dynasty in orange. And on the other side, Louis Empty is going to have the Chinese in blue. B opting to go up with the culture wing, and it's going to be an academy coming up from Louis. So No early forward Barbican shenanigans so far from him.
Yeah, and only aging up with 2, so not looking to, do anything super crazy. Just slow age up. And the culture wing kind of indicates, potential fast castle. But sometimes even with culture wing on hybrid maps, you don't necessarily want to rush castle. Maybe you just want to get cheaper upgrades because economic wing is not really needed. You're not going to go for trade wing. You could go military wing, but the fighting will most likely be happening on the water. So are you going to get much from military wing kind of thing? So I think culture wing makes the most sense here. And we do see B not only making a dock, he's making double dock on each lake right now.
Double docks coming in here, obviously. Discount on that Abbasid dock is something that's so beneficial for this. He's not on stone yet, so he won't have emplacements, though. At least not early feudal.
I think we do see stone coming up. I see some orange right there.
Oh yeah, true. He just hasn't... Yeah, he's just not moving to stone.
Yeah, and Culture Wing, of course, also reduces the upgrade on the arrow slits for the docks, so that makes it a lot more affordable, especially if you're going to go for, 2, 3, or 4 emplacements. It makes it a lot cheaper.
Yeah, looks like War Junks and Junks will be added by Louis MT over here. B does not have a single arrow emplacement just yet. He's going for his own War Junks, or Buglaws actually. Looks like Louis is also mining some stone, so we could see emplacements coming in from him as well.
Yeah, and already some pressure from Louis on this side. Running that scout a little bit in the TC, but it's gonna be all right. And already that demo. Oh, that is a big hit. And that is a hit that did not need to happen for Louis. Like if he just had his Springle ship a bit further back, that would not be the hit, and B gets a really efficient trade right here.
Oh, that is just catastrophic here for Louis, losing 2 of his combat ships here off the back of that demo, and the Bugla stays alive for the time being. Demo cannot find an angle on it. Now there is a Dow out as well. That single demo was so impactful here for B. Essentially secured the pawn in itself.
Oh, and there's an arrow ship coming out, and that's not what you want here. There's an arrow ship with no other support, so yeah, these trades are going really bad so far for Louis.
Yeah, already looking at 990 value destroyed by B, 250 on the other side, actually less than that. It's looking so grim, and now the arrow slits are coming in for B as well. Louis is finding himself in a pretty underwhelming position here when his opponent does have match point.
Yeah, I think Louis got arrow slits on one of the docks. I think it's probably the top one, because these ones are not shooting. Yeah, he got arrow slits on that dock, so he might... Like, maybe the time is to just give up the bottom one and just say, like, okay, I got arrow slits here, let me try to do something here. But this is actually the pond where he only has 1 dock, so... a little bit unfortunate because he did commit to the bottom one. He does have 2 Springle ships, but if a demo comes out, that is going to be a destruction. And yep, I think we're about to see it.
Yeah, demo now moving in here. It is not picked off quick enough. It's going to sink at least one of these War Junks, and the other ones are heavily damaged off the back of those arrow slits. And of course the Buglas as well. Buglas should be able to finish the job here.
Yeah, Louis is trying to micro back, but his Springle ship is dying to Buglas. Now, both players have 1 dock with arrow slits here, so that kind of makes it a little bit awkward for both players to try and micro here. But B has the water advantage still. He's got 4 ships against 2, and I think that demo is looking pretty good to snipe that Springle ship.
It's kind of hiding behind the Buglas up until now. Moves in, finishes off the rest of Louis' fleet. And Louis just not having any naval presence once again on this spawn. B is sitting at 5 combat ships, and Louis just steps out of this one. Absolute destruction here by B, finishing this series with a very quick strike here in game number 3. Dominant all around, but this one was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that one was super quick. I mean, from the get-go, Louis actually had 2 ships versus 0, and then that demo came in melee range, basically, sniped the The Sprinkled ship, Bagla came out, finished off the Sprinkled ship, and from then on, you kind of just saw Louis' ships coming out and just getting sniped immediately. So again, I mean, the start from the get-go, gets the advantage and just kind of runs with it. I'm a bit surprised that Louis just didn't decide to maybe give up on the bottom side, because once you lose like 2 ships, and then he ran a demo that I think he lost, and then he made an arrow ship which he lost too. I think maybe at that point, like, you are behind and it's pretty rough, but maybe just give up on that pond and go to the top one. It's not necessarily good, right? It's not like he's going to let you just build stuff on top, but he had arrow slits on the top dock, and maybe he could have done something there, but he ended up taking more and more damage and just decided to tap out.
Quick strike here from B, and it looks like he is going to face off Lucifron in the semifinals. So when you look at these upcoming semifinals next Saturday, it's the usual suspects, right? We have Vortex in there, we have Marine Lord, we have B and Lucifron. What do you make out of this? What's your prediction for the Final Four?
I mean, top players are top players, I guess. It doesn't matter which mode it is. We got the most predictable, I think, top 4 you could have in this tournament, and not only they got there, but it was, again, very one-sided, I would say, in their matches, especially today. I think it was pretty one-sided. So I think they practiced, they probably figured out their styles, their builds, what civs they want to run. And I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top, but I'm going to have to be boring, and I'm going to have to call Marine Lord lose from finals.
All right, but it looks like that's going to be it for the quarterfinals. Beastie, it has been a pleasure. It was definitely nice having you in a broadcast booth, now that you're not playing in this event. But you will be returning, of course, for the EGC finals, so I'm sure a lot of fans are very excited about that. Thank you so much for joining. Any last comments that you want to share with the audience over here before we say goodbye?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I hope you guys enjoyed the casting and the games today. Thank you, Lidercore, for casting with me, and make sure to tune in next week to find out who is the champion. Thank you, guys.
Indeed. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Stay tuned next weekend as well, where we will have the semifinals and the grand finals of Empires at War. Thank you so much for watching. Join us next weekend as well for the finale of Empires at War.